the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Kimmy 65 is live. Oh, 07. We're in the black. We're back and in the black. Um, Engineering, man. What do you think? What do you freaking think? Or what do you know? Better yet, what do you know? Mm. Wow. Um, Fundamental changes. We're simulating the space life. All about that space life with engineering. PTU for all now, right? Oh, 1 second. Let me make an adjustment here. I ain't even turning any lights on, man. 1 sec. Unknown Ghost. Oh 07. We're out here in the verse. Yep, so I'm still on live. I'm gonna pick up some UEC. But gotta tell you, how we fly these ships will be the engineering way. Now, don't fret. You'll have it for your single seat experience. But multi crew, it's about that Star Trek life. And I think beyond engineering, what systems do we need to actually embrace for multi crew, right? Or engineering, beyond engineering? I think that's the question for our 2026. Um, Engineering encompasses maintenance, repair, installation, removal or scrapping of whether it's the materials potentially, but I think with the physicalized surfaces that I think they're going to leverage with Maelstrom, we may see some more visual details, but also its data as well. But I think it will introduce to at some point true repair, such as introducing the Vulcan, the Crucible, and potentially some other brands that you can go to that branding and say, hey, this is my particular branding that I prefer. So I'm going to rock that brand and be that representative of that brand. In 2 weeks, I would see it going. Yep, I see you saying that. Um, I'm not gonna challenge that, but that's interesting. When you look at, well, you have to leverage that unknown goes to when is their time to take vacation or actually holiday, right? As some would call it, across the pond, holiday here, across the pond. Yeah, holiday across the pond at Christmas for us here. Uh, 2 weeks. So it falls within the 18th, 19th window. So yeah, I could agree. Um, but do they or would they need 2 weeks to really get it into ship shape? More ships have to get physicalized components, and there you have it, unknown ghost. We align together in our thoughts process. They want 4.5 to be the last update. Oh yeah, yes they do. Um, in I think tech preview, it was said that armor is a thing, but I think they feel confident that it probably will be in 4.5 live, possibly, possibly, possibly. We could see that to some extent. But for sure, that's a tier one aspect because coming 2026 is no doubt we're going to get the Maelstrom system. It's another far reaching system, right? That goes across multiple disciplines or features in game that will enhance, but also kind of allow the devs to be freed up in the extent of what what are the weights, what is the accuracy in these uh, data numbers, right? So when you talk about, they've had conversations online that with Maelstrom system, for example, with the weights of ships, it can actually calculate and perform a better statistic and accurate, more accurate than the devs handcrafting those statistics. So when it comes to whether it's degradation, that's yet to be proven. But I think that's why we don't see it yet, because I feel that they are actually testing it in real time. Degradation, breakdown of physicalized surfaces in real time in within the feature that is Maelstrom, and I think that will correlate with not just armor, weapons, but soon, or let's say 2026. One second, I got a phone call. I'm gonna take this. Be right back. Morning, sir. back, chat. Engineering never sleeps, man. Engineering never sleeps. Holy smokes. Next one. That's the toxic planet, Unknown Ghost. I wonder if the volatile nature of that atmosphere will allow you to do or sustain that. That's yet to be determined, but it would be super cool though. That would be super cool. Oh seven, welcome back. Yes, sir. Let's get some Wikipedia music on here, shall we? Music by Wikipedia. Yeah, Nick's one, but Unknown Ghost, they could very well drop both of the planets on us at the same time. Why not? Nick's one and two. But I think because the reason of you're saying Nick's one, it's almost like one of those barren, like moon-like planets because it's the atmosphere is so toxic, but we don't know if it's to the extent of how toxic it is. There was like a lot of haze, like a greenish, yellowish green haze to it. But that does not mean that there could be a creature that could live in that environment, right? We would be the aliens. With that said, to your point of only mentioning Nick's one, I'm laughing at this. I'm about to say River Guy. he embraces that, man. I kind of like don't like that, but he's all right with it. Will Haynes. I'm gonna say Will Haynes. River Dirt Guy is now head over Planetary Tech 5 / which is Genesis. They could very well introduce that first toxic area, and I think for eye candy or suspense or just holding back potentially, or because it's data driven, introduce to us the Nix 2, which will have those visuals that we were looking at in CitizenCon Direct, the swampy areas, things of that nature, incorporating it. But at the same time, are they going for just that sample size of Genesis, or are they going after more aspects of leveling out or doing all of Planetary Tech 5? I'm going to say Genesis for the entirety of the universe, including Pyro, Stanton, and eventually Nyx. Because it's not, I don't think the space areas need or require Genesis, only the planetary bodies. It might be fairly easy, but here's the thing: the holdups with why would you have Genesis at Stanton until or before you're updating the interiors or the planetary bodies, right? Oh shoot, it's gonna go. Ooh, it went boom. Look at that. Vaporized it. You get nothing, Kimmy. You get nothing. Not even a little sliver. And that disintegrated. 07. Rocket the Rizzy. So Genesis, the planetary bodies, Maelstrom, it's got to be a coordinated and orchestrated level of how they deliver these deliverables or these updates, because they're so intertwined and interconnected that you don't want one causing a problem for the other, and so on. You don't want a bad domino effect. that's problematic, that feeds to the meat hungry crowds of I want to give them a piece of my mind. Or it gives the community members something to talk about if your half glass empty mindset is on Star Citizen. If you're looking at it from a point of view of this is, which is, I'm saying, I'm not demonizing, but what I'm saying is, call it out, point it out, and move on, right? And it's up to CIG to respond and act accordingly, or to the process hitches, or the process shortcomings. So they have to be careful how they deliver these things because they're so interconnected. Genesis is supposed to start with Nyx 1 and then Nyx 2. Not 3, really, since 3 is a gas giant. Correct. Or Unknown Ghost. What if refill comes online more so? What if that happens? What is that? Hydro scooping for certain ships. Then it's basically and that brings up the question: how are they going to deliver Genesis? Do they start with the suns? Right? Start with the suns and then get those in, then start with the moons, which are fairly empty to some extent, the moons and its surfaces with Genesis, and then you work your way up to the mostly, the areas that are uninhabitable and less populated, and then last but not least, the populated hero locations like your Orison, your Area 18s, your Lorevilles. Those would be the last two. So there's a potential of them placing these things in layers, right? But we still wouldn't be able to see land on a gas giant. Right. Genesis is for the terrain of the planets. Correct. But if you look at certain effects, like when you look at Pyro 1, you saw the mystic stuff. You go into, if you tested 4.5, you notice the cloud tech. They've upgraded it. So they could apply that to the gas giants that will allow us to fuel scoop, right? But again, when you think about applying it, why would you want to apply it? And this is my reason for applying it. The optimizations, the updates, the means and the way to make sure that when it's in the system, it's not a memory hog, it's not tech debted. It's allowing them to bring down or scale down the levels of details that will bring more bandwidth to other features that they want to put in the game. So that would be my reasonings. Yes, and 4.5, exactly. So if you tie or you tether the new Genesis tech to Vulcan, it only means you're going to get a more tighter, a more better efficient engine, which is Star Engine now, right? That's the only logic to that, or why it would make sense if you layer them in a certain way, because then you can capture and make sure what you have placed into the live build, it's vetted, it's working as planned or concepted. That's the only reason. But now they're laughing and saying, I'm not doing that, Kimmy. What the hell are you talking about? They probably won't. But they probably will. Interesting stuff though. But I would say with their level of aggression, that they would want to get it out there first quarter. Hence why it's so important that they get 4.5 out of their hands into our hands, test it, right? Test it as early as possible, because even though it's PTU for all, there's a number of us that do not get themselves into PTU stuff, right? Because the potential is for, it's still not quite the main build, and it's almost like, and not a negative, but it forces the players who come in to look for something new. They're going to gravitate to what's new because it's live, and they feel more comfortable with that. Even though there will be bugs presented due to the fact that they didn't get into the PTU and did the testing. So they're forced to be testers due to the fact that this is a new build and it's live. But I think the Vulcan tech, I think if you're if you have a decent graphics card, you're going to find that, hey, Vulcan helps out a lot. I want to see that global illumination factored in. I don't know if it's in. I've yet to go to areas that are like where there's no light and kind of see what that want to see what that looks like. That's a thing. Oh, I gotta back away. Woo! Yeah, we're now able, with the Vulcan build, we're able to go to ultra settings, right? But I think the most important thing about Vulcan is it will balance and use cores between your graphics card or your CPU. So you hear those expressions of, hey, this game right now or this build is CPU bound, you know, or it's GPU bound. It's an imbalance that where it's most of the features are utilizing one side of the equation on your cores. So with Vulcan, I noticed it was balanced out, which will help with how the game plays. And Unknown Ghost is saying, yep, Vulcan is very much helpful with the optimizations to the stuff, but a lot of stuff that comes with Genesis needs to be tested for Vulcan, since no one has tested Genesis except for CIG. This entails the optimizations Vulcan except CIG. Yep, we are in agreement. Which they most likely didn't really test more of it, but a little bit, and say it's coming together well. What you're stating, I'm only echoing back of your statement. It says you can only get so much data within the studio, the developer studio. Hence why once they say, hey, this is good, they move on to Evocati, and then Evocati says, hey, this is so great. This is what I'm getting. I'm reporting this. This is what's happening. And then you go to wider waves, and it's like, nope, this isn't great. But I don't know why you passed this on to us, and then so on. And so that echo chamber commences, and hence PTU for all. Even to that extent, they're like, hey, why'd you put this out? This is terrible. And then it's vetted, it's updated, it's pushed, it goes live, and it's like, oh man, this is not a good release. And then you get those hot fixes and such. Get those hot fixes in. But they've been good with that, though. They've been real good with those hot fixes. And turning things around. But there's a lot of excitement with Genesis. 07 February. Got to get that UEC, man. Live is imminent at some point. Live is imminent. Yes, sir. Um, so Torsten, he gave us the business of engineering, and I think I think we're a little still shell shocked about it because we don't know of its impact. There's an impact to what's going on or the unknown. And yeah, he submitted the video. They did the Star Citizen inside Star Citizen ISC. Had that quick discussion, but I would suspect that there's going to be more talk because these are tier zeros of this main change. And you know, multi-crew was the highlight of it. But what needs to happen is once we get to the aspects of your single-seated ships, utilizing the UI to address what's going on with the ship via its embedded components, and how should that work. I recommended a battery system, a backup battery system that will temporarily give you a small time frame of power distribution for emergency purposes, right? It's like a subsystem because of possibly of your situation, you may not be able to access those components due to the fact that you're in a single-seated ship, and it would be detrimental to your health to get out of the canopy, whether it's in space, in the air. So you need a battery backup system to kind of allow you to just, like they say in Star Trek, you know it's trouble when they don't have warp power. They're on impulse power. So it's like a battery of sorts that will work well with the single-seated ships, but also give variance as to making those ships unique in nature of how it's designed and how you have to look at the aspect of you get in it and it performs a certain way. And so once you're clear of danger, as Spock would say, ship out of danger, you're out of danger, then you perform maintenance if you can, or utilize that battery backup to get you to a station, right? So that you can have adequate power restoration due to, from having those replaced or maintenance, or call the Vulcan or the Crucible. If I had to say if there is a variation, okay, Vulcan is repair, rearm, and refuel. When it comes to repair, could they be a little more efficient with the component aspect, right? It's a smaller group, a strike force, unknown ghosts. That's basically what, and they're given marching orders on specific things. That, yes, I know. Fenrir said I would assume they open up to more waves because they weren't getting enough concurrency with wave one. Heard that a lot of times Evocati servers aren't even half full, hard to get accurate testing, and when you don't have the numbers to test at scale, right? And I think that's a good point, Fenrir, because I think Evocati will always be there, but based on where the game is going and where it's in flux right now, just about everything will be based on scale. So as players, backers, and testers, we'll probably see a lot more of early testing going to the wider audiences due to the nature of how this game needs to scale up, right? Because in that dark corner is dynamic meshing, looking at us, staring at us, and saying, where did they get a load of me? But there's going to be certain instances of Evocati being called in. Case example, let's say base building. They need that small footprint of Evocati to go in and say, hey, this mechanic, okay, your intentions of making this work, there's an issue with this, right? That's where Evocati comes in. That's the importance of Evocati because you can get those results back quicker, a one-to-one, just based on functionality, right? So when you have that fundamental function working, then you advance it to say, oh, there's underlying things because of the way people's PCs are configured, whether it's a difference in memory, storage options are different. And of course, the most obvious thing is CPU and GPU alterations, which makes that the acronym PC very hard line and very specific. When you say personal computer, it's personal, right? It's yours. It's your specifics. This is that long and age-old debate of why, oh, console is so much better than your PC or your personal computer because we can get things to work right off the bat, and they're working the way it's intended. But then if you go all out and have a super rig, oh, that's not fair. Yeah, but how much did that cost you? You know, yeah, it plays better, but how much did that cost you? You know, that kind of thing going on. But when you talk about utilize, and this is a Chris Roberts thing, and I think it's bigger than that. It's an old school adage of back in the day, man. This was real stuff, and it still exists. It's not so. I would lean to not of bragging rights or saying, hey, your PC suck compared to mine. You have that childish aspect of it. But for me, back in the day, it was more of I love what my computer can do, and it's not the best one, but it's these parts and these pieces are mine, and I cherish them because I worked hard for them, and I couldn't afford all the top tier stuff, but my selection of the things that make this build were meticulously selected. So I'm proud. It's like having a kid for the first time. You're a proud dad or proud mom. You got your first kid. That was that time of having your computer. That's what it felt like. That's just to me. But yeah, you're gonna have, and even in moments in space and time, of you saying, "Man, you're running that? Come on, dude." Or it's like, "Hey, my computer can run that." You go to the computer store, grab the software, and you read about the game in the game magazine, and you want to see it. You grab the box and you want to see those specs. You turn on the back of the specs and say, let me see if they're lying or not. It's like, I don't know who made these specs, but they were lying just to sell this thing. And so it goes with Chris Roberts. When he, as a developer, his aspects of I want, and I think this is what encouraged him to be also a movie director, right, of sorts, and then pull everything together. Hence why we have Squadron 42 inbound, was that his development process was all about the cinematics, man, the immersion. You know that the word is thrown around at CIG a lot. And it makes sense. You wanted that immersion, man, that made you feel like, I know this is a video game, but my feelings and my emotions and the things around me makes it feel real, right? It's blurring the line in my mental because I'm feeling these things, I'm having these interactions, I'm being pushed, I'm being pulled this way, I'm going through situations that's dire, and I'm feeling it. I feel the adrenal rush, and now I'm addicted. Damn you, Chris Roberts. Damn it. So he's going to pull out all the stops. He's going to make those visuals make you, as it did me, buy more memory. I wanted to hear the speech pack. I wanted to hear the Karathi talk. And just fully, and I wanted my wingman to respond. talk back to me, even though it was disrespectful as hell. Yeah, it's bonkers. Yeah, Evo doesn't sound like fun. It sounds like unpaid work. I think it doesn't go into it's the love of it, Femra. You know that it's the love of, and but then it's about, hey, I invested, but I'm also passionate at the same time. I want this dream to come to reality. So you have that unfettered passion to making sure that when this thing kicks off, it's right. And then you have this sense of pride to say, hey, I had something to do with that. Oh, Shimpasta with the MOTD. He's bringing in the mod. Let's see. Fraser says, we are currently putting together a new 4.5 build for potential publish to PTU later today. Evos, they will get the eternal gratitude of the devs, though. Yeah, and respect for sure. And I think a lot of them could actually work for CIG, right? But they've been at their jobs for quite a while, or they don't live in Texas. And this is their hobby game, or this is their retirement game. They see themselves playing this for years from now, so they want it to be there when they get to that retirement and say, hey, I'm going to continue to play that game. I would have to agree with Fimmer there that they're shaping this up for a release candidate for next week. As they get closer to that window of holiday or vacation or Christmas break, yeah, it could very well mean RC next week. Uppercase, baby. Uppercase. Which will then, I think the earlier you do that, Fimra, the earlier they can get out a hot fix and then, log off for the year. Q&A doesn't pay well either from what I've heard. Quality assurance. Their motto is everybody does Q&A. I was told that. It's like everybody comes in doing Q&A. Unless you're a software engineer. But they didn't say that. I added that part. But the thing about CIG, what I love is that you have the passion, the aptitude, and you go for it, and it pays off, and you learn about development, whether it's hands-on or they promote within. Case in point, put some respect on his name now, but River Guy came in, man. He's doing rivers. Yeah, this guy. Oh, look at this guy doing rivers. That's all we get, man. Hey, River Guy, you want to get one river? I'm gonna do 10 rivers. 10 rivers. I still can't find them. Where they at, River Guy? And then it went from that to 50, 65. Hell, that's all you're gonna do for the rest of your career? Fast forward, CitizenCon Direct. I'm Will Haynes, senior engineer for Genesis, which was formerly known as Planetary Tech 5. Like, whoa, put respect on that name. Fimmer was saying there's whispers, and those whispers are crafting on the tech preview by end of year. I'm not so sure about that though. Yeah, they just confirmed it. Fimmer, I'm not shaming you, man. I'm not calling you out, brother, but you want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
They snipped in Inside Star Citizen that crafting will be in 4.5, but it's for armor. But it could very well be for components. I don't know, but for armor there will be crafting, I think. Let me see if I can call up Let's see here. Hmm. Let's look at the website. Let me see if I can play it in the background. But Mr. Roberts was he was on it, man. Chris Roberts was like, "Hey, we're getting Knicks." He did it. Okay, I'm queuing it up so I can see. I think it was towards the end. Oh crap!
About engineering in one way or another.
Of the ships rather than making your life miserable when the atmosphere out.
Sounds like you're the second player playing Gyromite back in the day. So yeah, repairing with replacement components and fuses if you have interiors, repairing those components and replacing those fuses if they take damage, and then dealing with fires. That's essentially the engineering loop that's on its way in 4 or 5. We've recently been in tech preview testing. How's that been going?
The feedback that we received is helped us a lot. It helped us also to make some points in some of the changes that we have been seeing now between the different tech previews, which is really good because it brings the gameplay to exactly what we want to have, which is extending lifetime of ships and not being an annoyance, a constant annoyance. One thing that had to come with engineering gameplay is a full rebalance. So a full rebalance of all weapons, of all ship components, of like basically how our character, the ship, functions in the game. I think we are approaching right now a good baseline for the release. So I'm hoping that we get some more testing in, because the longer we have the tech prep.
We've also decided to add armor into this release as well.
There it is, guys. Listen.
Coda, since we recorded this, we've also decided to add armor into this release as well. Oh, and as a coda, since and as a coda, since we recorded this, we've also decided to add armor into this release as well. So keep a lookout for the upcoming engineering guide that'll go out with the release of 4.5 to.
There we go. Armor. Now, you want to call it crafting? Or you're not engineering, you're repairing, right? So do you throw in the bucket that crafting and repair is the same thing, or crafting is the creation or resetting or bringing in variants of its makeup, right? So I don't know. It's kind of a gray area, right? Ship armor, you think? Okay. Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, and as a coda, since we recorded this, we've also decided to add armor into this release as well. So keep a lookout for the upcoming engineering guide that'll go out with the
Yeah, not body armor. Yeah, you're right. Ship armor. I think it's a placeholder until we get Maelstrom, where you'll have more accurate downgrading, destruction, damage levels from zero soft death, right? From 0 to 100% full optimal functionality. I don't know why I'm thinking like armor you wear. I don't know why. Yes, the platings. Yes. And yeah, I mean, and then I think Maelstrom will bring in the appropriate weights. Like, what elements are you adding? So I think it is the segue to repair, right? Or the Vulcan and the Crucible. I was going to go for Crucible first, but yeah, it opens the door for what the Crucible will bring to the table. It should be the only ship that could give you an amalgamation of different materials, I think. The best of the two, potentially. Play what they give me and fight for my gameplay. I'm going to add that to that. I agree, Fimmer. I agree. I agree. Music by Wikipedia. Yeah, and it's a lot to be excited about too. And I think what's being revealed, what's being added, I think it brings a higher morale within the studio spaces of CIG as well. When you're working on new things and cool things, which gets us excited, it gets CIG excited. There's a synergy and a morale boost. So it's going to take those internet reporters, where it's going to make it a little more difficult to report any negativity. But trust me, they're still they're in the shadows, waiting for something to really go wrong. But I don't see anything out there yet because it's too much positivity right now. Hopium doesn't sell for them. Genesis, I can see them incorporating Genesis to like possibly mining veins. We might get mining veins. That little sneak peek that you saw with Keep Digging, that could be a part of Maelstrom. Also, when John Crew mentioned, well, I don't think was it John Crew or was it the Mission Givers? And SysCon Direct, they were talking about the Rock Cracker, where you actually open up a giant asteroid and inside are a lot of goodies for you to extract. I definitely see that as Maelstrom, right? But then it's also, you have bits and pieces of Genesis that is that asteroid. So you can easily bring that asteroid down to a planet and it becomes the side of a cliff or a cavity in the ground that you break open. Who's to say? Now they said that the Orion can't land, but who's to say that it cannot come into atmosphere and use those massive lasers and crack open the ground to help with the mining op? Now to make it hover it should be a cost, but it should be also a profitable endeavor if you are extracting from something like that. A lot of possibilities. A lot of possibilities. Favorite mining? Why mining? Unknown Ghost. Why is it just mining? A mining year? What makes you say a mining year? That wasn't a bad break right there. I think engineering, it should make components a hot commodity, right? Well, not just engineering. That's funny that you say that, man, because we were all thinking, or could you, I would add to this, but I'm going to read your statement. I think engineering is going to make components a hot commodity. If they eventually break or wear out and have to be replaced, that will make a market for components and a money sink that is needed in game. And then you also compound that with the economy system based on supply and demands. It also will highlight, wait for it,
Banu Merchantman.
if we can get that Banu Merchantman to be a leverage in the economy itself, or as and or the privateer, and then also your independent anybody. They'll say the hell with the Banu Merchantman. I'm gonna sell it out of my A1 or something for the big Crusader. Whatever you have, you can do that. You can do those deals, right? Shouldn't matter. You had the goods, you got the sales. But as a independent, or like I say, a generalist, I'm going to use that term. They say, as an independent individual, as a person who's just getting into the game, single playering it, they'll keep those components and go out, salvage a little bit in their RSI salvation, come back to their little workshop and repair their stuff. Take it out, repair, especially if it's premium. If it's a premium component, I'm gonna continue to maintain that thing until the wheels fall off, until there's a noticeable degrading in its performance, even after I perform repair, right? I agree, Dirk. I think it starts with the Banu Merchantman first, or both. The Kraken. I think we'll see the privateer before we see the Banu Merchantman. So I'll lean over to Unknown Ghost to say, yeah, we'll see the privateer as that point of sales, pun intended, point of sales. But it should be a player-based market, right? Or you sell them off to an NPC and the NPC could sell them, right? Hence a reason why we would have NPCs. You could do a wholesale with NPCs and let them bid, right? And then you let them populate where they want to populate those items. And so we as players have to go over to those said locations, right? So you're kind of like the middleman, you're the supplier. To balance it out, I would say there's an advantage maybe to selling them to an NPC as opposed to selling them yourself. So there's a case in point of capitalism, star capitalism in game. Yeah, I could. Yeah, Ephemeral, that's pretty cool. It possibly being part of the org social stuff they talked about. Yeah, that would very well enhance that feature that they're talking about. Kraken will release before the Merchantman. That is a certainty. I'm for sure. Yes, sir. But what's later next year? Definitely after the Galaxy, since there is the next large, extra large release. let's get excited about that unknown ghost. I want to see some more excitement about that statement. You dulling it down, baby. I want that damn galaxy so bad. You are playing that statement down. That's the understatement for the year. Yep. But that is later next year, definitely after the galaxy. Yep. Or it could. Well, I don't know. They're kind of mum and a little quiet about. Well, see, the ironclad is coming first, and the assault will be coming. It will be before the Kraken, but it will springboard the Kraken because as both are being worked on. Yes, we are, Fimmer. We are looking. But here's the thing: you already have medical, right? So that means we have the medical module. They've been having conversations, and they were saying John Crew revealed MISC will be another release for 2026, and they recently released a statement and an image of the Expanse will have 64 SCU now. They upsized it. It's a capacity of 64 SCU for the Expanse, which leads me to believe that we will have refining at some point, probably next year. With that said, the MISC refinery station or its mechanics could very well springboard over to the Galaxy's refinery module, right? And of course, the cargo grid. I would love for CIG to say, hey, look, we gave you a Galaxy. It doesn't have. It's an empty space. That's going to be by default a cargo grid. But that one that you purchased, well, you can attach it beneath or attach it to the underbelly of the Galaxy, so it has a sort of like a customized retrofit. But in essence, it will double the capacity of what you're carrying on the Galaxy. That would be brilliant by CIG, because I think that did not work well. It didn't sit well with me. You're not getting a cargo capacity with your ship when it should have. So, but that would be brilliant by them. If they came back and did that. Galaxy is my wallpaper. It surely is. Yeah, I think that's going to happen to Fimmer, because it should cross all disciplines of that functionality, right? Once you stabilize it and make it a piece of the of what the game is, as far as refinery, it's just taking that, maybe dressing it up in the manufacturer's skin, but the functionality in essence is the same thing. So yeah, by all means, let's go ahead and do that. CIG, give love to not only the Gemini but the Starfarer itself. I'm definitely going to get the Galaxy, but it will be next SitCon. Or it's going to be no SitCon. It will be at IE. They stated that. Unknown Ghost. I want them to do the Javelin tour this coming Invictus week. Ooh. Would the Galaxy be the spearhead of your fleet? I think when it comes to functionality, Fimmer, I think it speaks for itself. Everyone wants a base. Everyone needs medical help. A lot of us. Oh no, that's mental. No. And also, the versatility that comes to the Galaxy is off the charts. So I could very well see that, right? Or it could very well be the Ironclad. So I'm all over the place when it comes to that, Fimmer. That's a super loaded question, but I could see myself adhering to Robert Space Industry, the great grandfather to the manufacturer brand.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's okay, Unknown. You got ships over here. You org up with us. You got ships. You got collaboration. I'm just a grunt. I won't have a fleet of my own. Just give me some cruise lux and a box of crayons. You got it in the break room, sir. 07. Get that periwinkle. You gotta have that periwinkle in the box. 120. Yeah, the big box. You getting the big box with my crew. Coffee Gaming 07 coffee. 07. Happy Friday. To you and to everyone. I brought coffee. Welcome coffee. Fun fact. Coffee Gaming, don't get it confused with I love coffee. He hates coffee. He might like the smell of it. He never said that. Nothing wrong with the smell, right, coffee? Or do you hate the smell as well? Fun fact. I was like, don't get me started. Don't start, Kimmy. It's too damn early for this. Music by Wikipedia. Oh, we got a special person. Oh, man, look. Chantacrow. Good morning and happy Friday, hip cats. Get some Irish cream in that coffee. Dude, what time is it? Damn. It's only 10:51. We can discuss this offline, Chantacrow. I also have an org. I'm in that. They have 3 galaxies. So one could be a medical, one could be refining, and one can build bases. That would be cool. Why not? It's about those options, man. Oh, damn. I need to get back to the, not the ship, the station. Yeah, so we're, probably, yeah, they're gonna tweak 4.5 a little more. You're gonna love Vulcan, what it can do to help if your system is a little older. Well, I think there's gonna be a 4th one, Ephemera, because once base building is initiated, because you're looking at the Starlancer BLD, right, which is we're suspecting that will be in that MISC manufacturer that's coming. I think we're going to get base building next year. So potentially Starlancer BLD that partners up with the TAC. Pioneer possibly by next year, or it could be very well the end or around IE. Maybe. There's that little floating push-pull surveyor, right? And the Galaxy with its base building module, right? So, and then there's that little truck that will be the base building truck for small facilities to live in. But at the end of the day, let's see how things go. But I think those are their plans. Those are the plans. Massive, yes. It's. But I think we're seeing how. Just recently with IEE, we saw the mini Perseuses or Persei that was in Levski, along with the Polarises, and you really didn't see frames really tank. For the most part. Yeah, the Orion and the Pioneer comparables. It's like, bro, don't even try to land the Orion on planet side. I don't know. Yeah, they won't need it. Coffee, I agree, they don't need it, but everyone doesn't have a misship. So the wider spread of the manufacturers performing the same thing, it's good for the game. It's good for the business that is CIG, because people will be encouraged to buy another module. And it could be a little higher than the $90 price point that we see, because it is base building. It builds those large bases. Coffee, that is so true. You get one time to land. Make it last. Anybody got a SRV around here? Because I need one right now. Oh yeah, by the way, cargo sales 50% off. And just sit right back and you hear a tale of a fateful trip. Yeah, it's going to be a feeding frenzy. We get that Pioneer. People, it's a certain allure to know, and it's going to be commissioned for its services, because I think it will be the only one that will provide or allow you to create the extra large base, which is so attractive about the Pioneer. But at the same time, the irony of it is, the Pioneer itself is a home base, a mobile home base. So I'm like, wow, isn't that kind of crazy though? Like a Fox? Music by Walkopedia. It was a joke, Fenrir. It was a damn joke, man. When I look down, I see darkness. Yeah, that is gonna be crazy to see that tech at CitizenCon. I'm almost certain it's gonna be information overload, man, at CitizenCon. That's gonna be, I don't know if I'll be able to get a ticket, man. I don't even know, unless they do multiples, right? Where they do multiple events, it would make sense if they're gonna do this on a grand scale, and with the funding that is Squadron 42. Would it be a better idea to have CitizenCons at multiple locations for the very first time? I would say yes. Now is the time to do that. Make it a one-time thing. With the introduction and the release of Squadron 42, spearheaded by Manchester, UK, or potentially Austin, because that's where it all started for Chris. Chris, make the right decision, man. Make the right decision. Do it in Austin, baby. You know you started it here. It all started in Austin. Blood for the blood god. Don't give in to the forces of chaos, brother, for the Emperor. Speaking of Warhammer, Henry Cavill, movies, Netflix has acquired Warner Brothers. Will we see the Snyderverse back for Netflix? Holy smokes, man. Warner, you are so... It's sad, dude. Warner, they looked at it as, just give me the money. Those things of that nature, man, are to be cherished. It's... Yikes. But I respect the art of the deal. I respect it. But yes, 87 billion, 82 billion of some sorts for Netflix acquiring Warner's proprietary rights to the DC universe and a lot of other proprietary or ventures of theirs. Netflix is going to be the place to go, man. Yes. So yeah, 40. He's gonna do 40K. Cavill may come back and be Superman. That's my Superman, dude. David Corn Sweat, you got respect, dude. I don't disrespect you. I'm not saying you're a bad actor at all. Uh, to be honest, it's nothing to do with you, bro. And that's all in respect. But Henry Cavill is one of us, man. He is one of us, and I love that. Uh, he's got all the points and credits on my side. He is, to me, Superman, the Man of Steel. That movie, man, was just. Mm, just. He poured himself into that role, man, and it was just. He was that dude. Respect. Respect. And on the surface of things, I don't know his personal life. I don't know him personally, but he's deserving of that role, man. He's deserving of that role. Yep, yep. The Horus Heresy. Enlighten us a little bit, Fenrir. I don't know all the Warhammer narratives, the lore. Help me, man. What is it? The Horus Heresy. I have a friend, man. His entire basement collectibles on Warhammer. Holy smoke! And he warned me, Kimmy, don't you ever get into this. I'm looking around like this. Dude, don't do it. Don't do it. And I'm like, I am gonna listen. And here I am, Star Citizen. I'm Star Citizen my Warhammer, man. But yeah, the models, the tabletop Warhammer stuff, dude. it's that life. Warhammer is that life. Halo was trying to get that too. They wanted that too, and they packed in their stories a lot of narratives and lore. But yeah, Warhammer is that. It's like that. So it's like trying to sell off a Star Trek movie to people who are Trekkies. You better come correct. But I think a good step to that, a respectful one, is Henry Cavill at the helm, because he is one of us. He is Warhammer. That is his jam. That is his go-to. Hence why he purchased and built his own PC. Warhammer. Netflix is getting all of Warner Brothers. There's a portion of it they don't have. Chanticleer, I dropped the link in my general Discord. That's not just HBO and DC. That's Harry Potter, Middle Earth, Looney Tunes, Barbie, The Matrix, etc. Basically, the Emperor of Mankind made 20 marks that were supposed to be the paragons of strength, virtue, loyalty, etc. But one of them, Horus, led a group of treasonous defectors in a battle against the Emperor himself. Ooh, it sounds biblical.
Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching.
Definitely sounds biblical, Fenrir. That's long lasting, man. It's a lot of implications with that. Very interesting, very cool. Hence why it's so popular. It is so popular. Hence, it's crazy that now we're getting. Well, I think technology now marries or is in sync with what they can do on a visual scale. Fenrir's like, it would be epic. And he's not even blinking. I see him, he's not even blinking. I see a little tear welling up. I see you, Fenrir. I see you. Epic.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain.
Fenrir like, don't play with me. Don't play with my Warhammer. He's like, Kimmy, you need to stop there. Oh, it's got to refine first, I think. Out of there. That's Will Weisbaum's voice. That was Will talking, Will Weisbaum. I would propose that we should hear Miss. Her last name's not Heiberg anymore, but I would say that's her maiden name now. It's Sherry Heiberg. I would expect to hear her voice at Terra.
It's been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armor and weapons.
A lot of lore, and I think they need to pick and choose as to what they can bring in and carry through the usage of their movies or their series. I see a potential for CIG. If there's a high level of success with the Squadron 42, and it brings in a lot of players, and they could build upon that as well. Maybe propose to Netflix now that they're one of the big guns out there, or Prime, to see if they can do a Squadron 42 series. Ascendant is back. Had to make calls and hand out Christmas bonuses to my support team. That is awesome. That is really cool, man. Getting my vitals up before I head back out. Not gonna litter. Mix. Take one more. Drink one more. All right. All right, let's
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
I like this refinery. I love its layout, man. They kept it simple. Add more visual interest here with the crock pots, the smelting, for the smelting. Do we change out one of these for component, what do you call it, fabricators? You can put material in, or you can take the damaged ones, recycle it, get a, you disintegrate it, it refines it to its basics, right? And then it could be added to or give credit to purchasing of the new components. Of course, leveraged by economy and supply and demand, right? But you get to
Keeping tabs on us. And you know why? Because we have it better.
get rid of it.
They could learn a thing or two from us.
This is live, 4.4. Yes, I'm on live. I'm procuring that AUEC before we actually go into 4.5.
Life's been good to you recently.
Yes, indeed, y'all. Yes, indeed. The Clipper has shown it is a huge success. I think my approach to 4.5 is start to procure, stock up fuses, components, things of that nature for changing out parts. And can't wait for hangars, right? We need hangars, big time. We need it big time.
Your vehicle has been delivered to please visit.
But oh, you know what I'm really looking forward to, y'all? As far as from CIG, I am looking forward to the chairman's letter. Yep, Kimmy is looking forward to the chairman's letter, man. For some reason, man, I get really inspired when I read into Chris's vision and passion for the game he loves. He loves gaming. He lives, breathes gaming. And this has really gotten him excited. It's a morale boost. He's looking ahead, probably a few years ahead in some of his statements. But he tries his best to stick to it. For most part, he does. But I want to hear. He's going to. I think prior to or just at that moment of the break time for CIG to kind of unwind and take a break from being on the computer and spending more time with family and friends. We'll see the chairman's letter. He's probably prepping it up right now. Hopefully he will include in it statements pertaining to next year. Better yet, the hell with the letter, man. Let's do the sit down with the chairman himself. I want to sit down, Chris. You, Richard Tyrer, and Jared, of course. It's always going to be Jared. But that would be a nice treat, y'all. And I know y'all say, oh, I see some of your eyes are rolling back in your heads. I'm looking right at you. I see you. Eyes are rolling back in your head. Oh, what a whale. What a whale this is. He is. A Star Citizen, yes, but a fanboy. Look at, oh. And you can be one versus. Let me see what he's talking about. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You say you're gonna get his Genesis, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. We got Genesis, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Genesis got nothing on me. Yeah. I want to see. I don't want a stinking letter now. I hyped it up, man. I don't want a letter. I want a Chris Roberts sit down. I want to see the chairman himself. Bring in Richard Tyrer. Bring in some Benoit. That would be fun. I mean, no pressure here, right, y'all? No pressure. Jared, Benoit, Richard Tyrer, Chris Roberts. Can we throw in Paul Rindell? Paul Rindell. John Crew. We got to have the crew and the puppet. Damn, there's not too many people now. Because I'll say, okay, you can't have a John Crew without Ben Curtis now. He kind of snuck in there. But yeah, I mean, 3 to 4. Definitely Chris, Richard, Benoit. I don't know what vendor he pops in. No 07s or nothing.
Need to repair. Need to repair.
Are you a bot?
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
What is he? I need to prepare what, man? Uh-oh, he's instructing me on something. A recap? That's a good question. I'm the helper bot. Bender bot. What do I need to repair, Bender? What am I repairing? Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh, those blowbacks from the rocks. Let's see. All right, let's see this Intel guy. What is he talking about? Oh, that's refuel. Look, 640 in repairs. Yikes. You are AI. Yikes.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Couldn't handle it. What? Your rear ore.
Your rear ore injectors are damaged.
I think Bender's ready for engineering slash repair maintenance. I spend too much time in the prospector. Holy smokes, man. Nice. Speaking of mining, do you think we'll see a push for more mining ships in general, kind of like what we saw with the what is that, was that the Golem? Yeah, right. Will we see other manufacturers dip their toes into mining, and will we see the next step of Robert Space Industries moving to more mining aspects such as refining with the Expanse, and also introducing potentially the Arastra? Could that be a thing? I'm not gonna sit here and be foolish and say, "Hey, is there a potential for the Orion?" No. I think once you see the rock, what do you say, the rock cracking mechanic, then the conversations, the ship team will kind of collaborate to say, hey, this mechanic is viable. We have a working foundation out of Maelstrom system that's going to allow us to introduce the Orion. I hope not until they fix the Prospector, get it up to gold standard. Engineering isn't even available on it right now. With that said, Bender, I think the way to encapsulate what needs to be done as far as like gold standard across the board, there's many ships now, knowing that they don't have the gold standard, all of them don't have engineering. I think it would be a good place and time for, John Crew, Ben Curtis to hire more people for the ship creation team, or potentially cross-train the existing teams if there's some downtime once Squadron 42 is released. So that way you keep it in-house, you mitigate boredom of doing one aspect of the game continuously, and then saying, I love my job, when you're lying. You're like, I'm bored as hell. I gotta find something else. You don't want it to feel dead-endish, like. So, yeah, cross-training potentially, but yeah, target more talent. But I think the first priority would be Benoit Beausejour sitting down and looking for or procuring the talent that he needs to really scale up and expand on the back end of what Star Citizen or Star Engine is. But yeah, I think those two major pinpoints, the engine itself and all things that are ships, are so crucial to them getting this not just to but beyond 1.0. We got to think they should be thinking past 1.0. Even though the target and the focus is 1.0, that's their job to do that. And so that helps them, utilizing, leveraging the success of IAE and bringing it to the forefront. That is, how do we become a mega studio on the likes of WoW and things of that nature, or Rockstar games? You want to be on that level. That's true sustainability. Now you're in the big leagues. You're getting your turn at bat. Yes. You're scaling on up. Scaling on up. There's so many features that requires them to scale, to set scale. One main component is organization, orgs, because now that you're looking at what the anchor is for ships, specifically multi-crewed ships, that is, without a question, that is the highlight of what's coming with 4.5. So you need to have the footprint to allow more players to jump in and potentially incorporate or get themselves into that multi-crew experience, so that they can get that muscle memory, they can get those instincts, they can get that aptitude to, this section, if you do this, I know this shit. You got your true Scotties out there in the game, right? You'll have a true Scotty who will engineer the hell out of that shit and make it their own and get them out of those situations, right? You need to scale up. So potentials of more ships flying around that's multi-crewed because the back end supports it properly now. That's going to be really cool. Then later on, you're going to have the single-seated ship experience of engineering. The screen, one of the MFDs, you look up like this. There's your engineering screen, right? You're doing your engineering aspects of the ship. And you're examining what's going on. Or you have the same view, but you got maybe pinpoint buttons that says that component, like power plant, weapons, shields, etc., right? Maybe 4 more on that side, depending on what's there on that ship. So, yeah, it's gonna be fun times. It's gonna be uncharted territory. It's gonna make people nervous. They're gonna get nervous about it. So the natural pushback will be, this is gonna ruin the game. This is the end. How can you, bro? What's the problem here? This is ridiculous. You're gonna hear that squawk, 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 squawk. Then it's gonna settle. People are gonna settle in. They're gonna get acclimated, and they're gonna be like, it's not too bad. It's alright. It's alright. I kind of like. Well, you know what? We got out of a situation, man, and it allowed us to keep fighting, or it allowed us to escape. I'm digging this. And then next thing, people coming out of the woodwork. If you use this component compared with that, and you do this, process. Oh man. Then you're going to see the websites for the go-to items or the combinations best used. And now all of a sudden it's settled in. It's a part of the mechanics for the game. And now people are saying there's nothing else like this out here on the landscape of space games. This is the oasis for sci-fi games. Now I just, damn CIG, I need a place to sell this stuff. Yep, we're back to square one, man. That's beyond 1.0. We're gonna go beyond 1.0. I'm always excited about, for me personally, I'm always excited about what the engine can do for us. How does it make it better for us? How does it incorporate my intentions, but at the same time, there's random occasions of interactions, or there's interactions that are random, so random that it's unscripted. And I think that's one of the allures of Star Citizen, is that once we realize that there's a script, especially, specifically with single player games, there's a script, or there's a train on the rails type of deal, we're going to immediately then justify or analyze and come up with the assumption of, was it well designed? Is it challenging? Those factors will be the basis of, I like to play it. It might be a one-timer, but I love playing it. Or it might be a thing of, I play it a lot because there's different things that happen, a certain sense of randomness. Or it's not challenging enough. I figured it out. I am the cheat code. I'm storing it on GOG or Steam, and there it will sit for years until I say, I remember this. Let's try. Yeah, I remember why I put it up on the shelf. Shelf it again. I think that is the landscape of why, well, the landscape of MMOs is the reason why people come back in and come back in. But with Star Citizen, it's this level of graphical enhancements and immersion, and the random occasion of this was not according to the script, that challenges us, that make us, oh, I'll remember that. And I think that's one of the aspects of engineering, the level of insanity that could be the fun factor of Star Citizen is, I said level of insanity. I'm getting in this multi-crew ship. I blow up. Why did I blow up? I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Get back into the multi-crew ship. We blew up again. Well, we had some sort of knowledge from the previous thing. All right, let's go again. We blow up again. Wait a minute. You're better acclimated to the turrets. You need to get your ass over there on the turrets. Well, you make sure we keep med gels. You're pretty good with that. You need to be the chief surgeon doctor, chief medical officer on the ship. Man, your piloting skills. What are you using? Yeah, man, I'm rocking those VKBs. I'm rocking those Virpals, or whatever the case. Yeah, you need to navigate. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we outlasted those other people in that ship. I think we have the makings of a good crew here. That allure, it used to be, I don't like PvP. I don't do PvP, right? Killer hobos, or the what is it? The griefers, But now, I'm in a multi-crew ship looking for problems. And people say, you remember when people didn't like PvP? They couldn't take PvP. It got on their nerves, and now they looking for trouble. Looking for a scrap. Matter of fact, we're gonna head over to the Vandal location and see what we can get into. That has potential. Yes, they do have potential, Bender.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
But we got to get out of our own way right now, because when it's something new, it's always going to be some pushback. So it's gotta vent. It's going to vent. It has to vent out. Let it take its course. But you stay the course. Understand what the gameplay features are. And just like, bro, that's what I do. That's what I do, man. You're not talking to me. That's what I do. It's my job. Not talking to you, Bender. Not talking to you. Yeah, I think 4.5 is your springboard. It's going to be the jumping point of you not just simply getting in the ship, flying around, getting in trouble, getting out of trouble. It's more about functionality and respect to these ships. I think it's going to bring more depth of quality to these ships.
I know. I'm AI.
Yep. It's I think we're gonna get excited again with Knicks in general. It's beautiful out here, man. But I'm gonna tell you this right now. As beautiful and serene and calming as this is right now, it's gonna be so dynamic in respect of what I just said. Dynamically and potentially different. Once we have the release, probably once Squadron 42 is released, they're not going to potentially spoil too much. But I suspect once we get chapter 1 in our hands, I could be doing this and all of a sudden the music itself changed, something ominous, and Bitch and Betty is like, contact enemies in airspace, and you're like, Vandal raids are coming, popping up randomly. And at some point, you're not going to be safe, people who fly your Polaris and Persei and Idrai. You're not going to be safe. Like I said, they're going to start to release as things are revealed with Squadron 42, up to the point of potentially king ships coming into the picture randomly and just cracking you over the head and just escaping back to Vandal space. Yeah. Yeah. It would be cool to see them break up or steal cargo and scoop it up and take it and go back to Vandal space. Give me your lunch money. On the space playground, take your lunch money. Some of us know. Some of us know. Some of you were doing it. Yikes. But definitely. Vandals popping in from time to time just to say hello. Making it rough on us, man. Because they can and they will. But yeah, as it's released, as they release more of chapter 1 and then there's nothing to be spoiled, then yeah. Nyx is going to be dynamically and drastically different. There's moments of calm and then there's moments of panic at a snap of a finger. As Fenrir would say, stay frosty. Yeah. But yep. But we're getting more locations for Nyx. Um, question is, are you going to be on the ground and Vandal lands and they have attacks? I don't know. That potential is there as well. Fimber says, wasn't there supposed to be a big Vandal ship to fight with that in the new missions for Nyx? It feels like we only fought Blades, Glaives, and Stingers. FSD. Keep it FSD. Keep it FSD. Frosty, strapped, dangerous. Yeah, at some point, it's going to happen. I think the reason we probably don't see it is they don't need any spoilers right now. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops to Squadron 42, and this is Chris's magnum opus. He's like, when I release it, it's going to be a release. Hell, he's already given us little bits and pieces and clues, and we saw the crazy experiments. We saw mercs who were fencing Vandal bodies, causing the friction as to why the Vandal would raid this location, right? The adjacent location, and creating a lot of contention. And it's a bigger story of just not just experimenting with them and trying to figure out the quantum entanglement equation and the failures due to the quantum resonance of it, being resuscitated through that technology. They went off the deep end. They went too far with it, and now we're suffering through the consequences of retaliation of the Vandal, right? Because they're literally, harvesting bodies, and they're making a profit of it, and the mad, well, Dr. Starenstein is extracting those Vandal bodies and utilizing the technology so that the quantum entanglement is sustainable. So it creates this big dilemma, this big situation that makes, and the reasons why Nyx is a dangerous place at times. So you gotta be FSD in that location. Let me switch over here. I got the barcode up there. I can't see it. What is that ship? Trying to make out what it is. Don't know. Be nice if we can change the orientation on it. Click inside of it, interact with it. Gonna keep looking for minables.
Docking procedure started.
Docking procedure? Come on now.
Docking procedure started. Docking denied. Landing gear up.
Glacium ring. They really emphasize this. I really dig it. The visual interest that makes it very unique from the other locations. I love this approach, this visual uniqueness. The Glacium ring. Ian Leyland, man, he's got that movie set style of art. He's got that vision that really works well with Chris. 2026, yeah, that potential is right around the corner. In the next couple of months, Finra, to be exact, 2026 has potential to be a huge, as big as IAE or as big as this year has gone. Man, if that is not the statement of the year, 2026 has the potential to be even a bigger year. The release of Squadron 42, it's imminent. It should be in 2026 at some point. The stars or the Red Sea, Moses has parted the Red Sea and allowing Chris to drop Squadron 42 in that window between where GTA 6 was going to release. Now it's been delayed. The Red Seas has parted for Chris. He can drop it if it's ready. The PU should see new and updated game mechanics, further iterations of crafting, right? Further, the initial release of base building to add to his point, more ships, even, more feature-based ships, bigger. The landing zones that we talked about, points of interest, the Genesis tech, River Guy, Dirt Guy, Will Haynes, senior engineer, potentially Castra, not just Nyx, but potentially Castra, and all of Nyx, including its gas giant, could be a part of that whole narrative of 2026. And they're dropping it right in our face, Fibber. Right in our faces. Not holding back. You're not going to see it next year. You're going to see it next month. I'm like, ooh, let's go. Let's go. And who's to say we don't get all of it in one fell swoop? Or both. That and the way they went with this process, which I think went well overall, in the sense of it just being in our hands and being able to see, test it, interact with it. The same could go in regards to the same process could be identical with Castra. Matter of fact, it could potentially even be better because it's new tech, right? It's vetted, it's optimized, so it could potentially work even better with Star Engine because of what they've learned, what they know now. We could very well see a portion of Castra the same way we've seen it delivered with, I'm about to say Pyro, man, Nyx. You think they will deep dive Castra at CitizenCon, or will it be about Terra? Maybe very little about SC and a ton of Squadron 42 this year. Lots to be excited about, I reckon. I like that statement because that's potential information overload, because with the release of Squadron 42, I think it has its own moment to, I think it may be different with Squadron 42, Fenrir, as opposed to those candid sit downs and the video and the live aspects. I think it could be scaled up to the point of it will rival CitizenCon itself. I think it needs to be paired up with CitizenCon as far as Squadron 42, right? And I think that's where the window opens and closes in that regard to the release and advertisement of Squadron 42, and then they can go outside of the studio and advertise it across the media channels that we all interact with outside of CIG, right? With that said, that then creates that window or bubble of what the persistent universe will become. So they have that inner window or that inner core of SCLs, Inside Star Citizens, that will feature, like you said, Fenrir, Castra, and some sneak peeks of Terra. I think they can double down and really get aggressive on this 1.0 narrative. Now that Richard Tyre will be potentially freed up, right? They may have some strike teams that potentially hot fix some things. Let's say if you're a manager of CIG, you prepare for that, right? That inevitability. It's inevitable that you should. Well, it's wise as a manager or owner to prepare for that. So, with that said, little 8-bit, little bit 8, 07, 07, 07. Welcome. Glad to see you here. Happy Friday to you. Are you baking cake? With the potential of Squadron 42 and the Calders who backed for advertisement of Squadron 42, they could do all of that outside of CIG. TV, commercials, 07 Vickers, TV commercials, and then everything that's inside of robertspaceindustries.com, which is the entity Star Citizen Live and Inside Star Citizen. Now you're talking about all things that are Castra, sneak peeks of terror, IE, and then you go in. Wow. Do a separate citizen con, right? That would be. I mean, to kind of meld Squadron 42 and Citizen Con together. It would wear people out, man. I mean, that's like sensory overload. The question or the debate would be, would it make more sense for them to separate the two? So there's a breathing period or a downtime, right? A debriefing from Squadron 42. I'm trying to make a joke here. Debrief from Squadron 42 and then ramp back up to everything that is CitizenCon, because you're talking about Genesis, base building, more ships, which you can throw into Invictus and AE. But yeah, Genesis, Maelstrom, potentially dynamic server meshing, more aspects towards 1.0. That would just be way too much. And I think some things could be lost due to the fact that we'll just tune off because it's too much. It's sensory overload. Sensory overload. So you want to segment them so that when you relay that information, it's well received. There's the likelihood that it's well received and digested properly. You're not choking. You need to chew your food, man, and then swallow. Don't take a bite and gulp and choke yourself. In the Foro, they gonna hop in with us soon. Yes, little bit 8. Did you get your bindings done? I think I got my bindings done. How do they feel? Are you? Sounds like you know what you're doing. I think I got the bindings done. Okay, what's the part that you're not sure about? You can directly message me. They said it is released in 2026. Haven't said anything to the contrary. It could be December 31st. Yes, technically it is December. I mean, technically it is 2026, Fenrir. I have no problem with that. The problem I would have is they try to drop it into that space that is GTA 6. Just going for, I need this advertised, and we look at it and it shouldn't have been released. I got a problem with that. Oh, it's here. They're working on it right now, Fenrir, as we speak. But the pattern is never to be on time. I would expect marketing activities. Here it comes would start ahead of the release. Yeah, it's quiet right now. I think the when January 1st comes, it's go time. Um, Go to okay. You're in arena plan. I can't tell that I'm moving forward. Look at a point say for example, go to external view. Look at a satellite or let's say an object, whether it's an asteroid or one of those terraforming satellites, and hit F4 and look at your ship, and then do your movement. You'll tell that you're moving or not. Get an object, and that's your point of reference that you're moving. Damn, I needed a salvage ship. Look at all that debris out here. That's a dang shame, man. Yeah, last thing you want to do, jump in the game and then realize you're not ready because that sets you back. That makes things adverse to what you want to do. You should be focusing on just playing the game, and that will divide your attention scope of, okay, I'm doing this, I'm learning this, but I'm also learning and trying to nail down my controls. It could be frustrating. Yes, so you can go into, like, for example, here's an example right here, a little bit 8. So your controls, let's say your controls are my controls, and you're gonna go to keybind controls, right? This is your dual sticks. So you go to HOTAS. Hold on. It's gonna be key binding. And no, it's going to be control. You got to figure out which stick is. You have 1 and 2. Let me ask you this question: what side of the stick is your forward and back? That's your for your straight forward and back. Which stick is that? Is that the left or right? Answer me that real quick. What you want to do is understand the forward and back stick. Is it labeled as 1 or 2? Tell me that. And so what you want to do, you're going to go to controls. So so my stick, the left stick is my forward and back. So for example, stick HOTAS number 1 is what I'm gonna use. Okay, your left. What number is it? Is it input? Is it joystick HOTAS 1 or 2? You're gonna go to that number. And you're going to go, you're looking at this, it says controls. You're going to go to inversion settings, hit the plus. You're going to come down to flight, hit the plus. You're going to see flight movement, hit the plus. And you're going to see strafe, forward and back. And whatever it says, you're going to say the opposite. So if it's saying yes, you're going to say no to it. That will invert it. So so again, to recap, I'm going to go back. So you're going to go to options, you're going to go to controls, you're going to go to the bottom right that says, we'll switch it over to your left, whatever that number is, number 2, right? So you're going to go to 2, you're going to go inversion settings, go to inversion settings, you're going to go to flight, click that, you're going to say flight movement, click that, and you're going to scroll down to where it says throttle, forward, back, and tell me what is it saying for your forward and back initially when you look at it. You're going to change it from whatever it's saying, and then you're going to change it and then hold up right there. Acknowledge that you did it. And shout out to Mr. Chanticrow. The dude, he knows his key bindings and stuff. He trained me on it. I give credit where credit's due. We got together, and man, dude is awesome. Thank you, Chanticrow. He was essential in that process for me to understand what was going on. So give him that love, man. Chanticrow, much respect. Okay, I'm at work now. You should have led with that. I'm at work now, Kimmy, damn it. But I didn't pay attention to that bottom right where it says input 1 or 2. Yes. So you're going to go back to the VOD that I'm sending you that you'll click onto and you'll see this. So you're going to do controls and you're going to see where it says flight movement, and it's going to be the one that says throttle forward back. You're going to, if it says yes, you're going to say no. If it says no, you're going to say yes. And then what you're going to do, you're going to get to a point where when you change it, you're going to save that setting. You're going to save that setting. So you'll know how to change that. You'll save that setting. That's all you have to do. Once you change it, you'll save their settings and give it a name. And you're back. You need to get with me in Arena Commander and I can run through it and I'll give you a quick tutorial and get you up to snuff. So you org up with us, crew up with us, and we'll do some operations. 07. No, it doesn't auto save. I would not assume it auto save. It'll probably hold up, but you want to name it. You want to save it, your settings. You want to do that for sure. And then it's a file. It's an XML file. I'll show you where it is. You right click it, you save it, and you can put it on your desktop. And keep it. So when we get new patches and things of that nature, you come back and add that in. You can save your whole Discord folder. Yes, please. That'll work. Put it in. If you just have general, you can put it in general. And then what I'll do, I will move it from. I'll copy it from general. It's like general is you go 2 places down, you'll see joystick setup config. Yeah, we'll get you up and running. Because I think it's the changes that's coming with Star Citizen. It'll be fun to experience and all that stuff. 07, little bit 8. Dirk is asking you a little bit, what's your style of Star Citizen? Even though you have all those options, what's your go-to for right now? Fimmer's hoping that you say FPS. No, little bit 8. Take care of business. Make that ship money for us. Make that ship money. Make that ship money. We don't want to. Do not interrupt that ship money making potential. We do not want that interruption. That's an order. Yeah. Happy Friday to everybody. Hope all is going well in the world for you in IRL. It only makes getting in the game that much better. And if that's not the case, hey, I feel you. Just get in the game. It'll be all right. This shall pass. This shall come to pass. But yeah, it's going to be a super interesting year for Star Citizen. We're talking 2026 next month. Literally next month. Give the development teams time to get back. Hell, man, almost let's hopefully they will get to relax, man, and just go sleep. Be lazy, CIG developers. Just be lazy. You want to try trucking, mining, and foot combat. I need to get better with flying before I try to do flight combat. Yep, So Finra can definitely help you with that. Quartermaster can definitely help you with that. The FPS. I can definitely get you on board with your flight mechanics and your control systems. And to the point of expanding upon that, maybe utilizing VJoy or Joy to Key or something like that, or my go-to Gremlin, joystick Gremlin. But if it's just the two you're going to work with, we can keep it within the realms of the game of Star Citizen. But I want to get you acclimated so you're able to diagnose and know and understand what's going on your own. You know, you want to fish, I'm going to give you a fishing rod. It's going to be challenging. Oh, mining is like that. I mean, salvage as well. That's why I want to see more aspects of industrial gameplay, things that will turn profits for you. I want them to make an Origin pharmaceutical ship. As far as the crafting aspects, I want different classes and families of crafting. So crafting of metallics for your armor, your weapons, your ship. The crafting of organics. Extracting DNA of plants, or flora and fauna, plant and animal types for foods, pharmaceuticals. For food and pharmaceuticals, you have organic fabricators. That's one aspect of crafting. The other is mechanics, your ores, metals, things of that nature, and its quality types, which will also envelop or be a part of refining for those aspects of crafting. So, in short, being able to set up or make meals in the game specifically. Oh, 7, thank you for the... Who's following, man? Halabell, tier Halabell, 07 to your tier. Thank you so much. Moms, hey, baby cakes, what's shaking? Okay. Seg, 07, Seg is rating. Segalian, he went to work. Seg, right here, man. Look at that. That's you, man. You're all heart. You're the Prince of Pies. This young pizza maker, that's his passion, making pizza. We have a common ground. And speaking of, we said a food fabricator. You can make stuff like that with the game. Hopefully, Hanseg, A? 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 We're going to make pizza, eh? Yes, sir. Seg, all the best, man. You are the admiral. You are the ambassador of Star Citizen, man. Keep it positive as always, because that's the core of who you are. And look forward to meeting up and orging up with you and meeting up in real life too. Again, we met for the first time at Star Citizen 2018. True story. Fun fact as well. His booth before this is new to me, man. CitizenCon is new. So, you know, Texas, you know, it's the big oil state, right? And I'm looking at his display and I swear it's the craziest thing, man. Again, super newbie at CitizenCon, And I'm like, his presentation was so polished. I was thinking, and then CIG's looking to different ways or creating diverse portfolio to make profits so that they can continue to make the game. I look at his display, and it was based on fuel, and I swear I thought he was a representation or a joint venture by him and CIG, and it was a fuel company. And I'm laughing because it was like, no, he was representing the aspects of fuel in the game, and it was so meticulous that it was so professional. I sat there and said, totally fooled, man. It was so hilarious. Bite-sized Hobbit, the counterpart. The counterpart. 07 Raiders. Bite-size says, I brought pizza and calzone and birthday cake. Oh, he can hear you. I told him you made a heart for him. Thank you a little bit. I'm going to look at it and examine it. He could wait a minute. That means is he in the States? Bite-size Hobbit. And fun fact, that name, The Hobbit, is associated with Lord of the Rings, right? Bite-size is a big fan of Lord of the Rings. Please check out that Prime TV series, The Rings. I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings. Its story, moving. It's a holiday feature. But back to the name, The Hobbit, which was basically Gollum, Andy Serkis. He's well known as an actor, but fun fact of him and Andy Serkis, he will be the Vandal King in Squadron 42. I'm sorry. He's the Vandal King in Squadron 42. But also in real life, he's got this famous motion capture studio. He's helped, and he continues to be an assistant to Chris Roberts and their mocap studio. How cool is that? Very cool. Mom said she's ate it all. She's lying. She had all the calzone. Now the question is, what's in the calzone? Fun fact. I mean, it's very similar. I don't know why. I think it's because of the weather. You crave good spiced Italian food. He showed up in Florida last night to spend my birthday. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. You're crying now, aren't you? I'm gonna hold it in. I'm trying to hold it in. I know you cried. Oh my gosh. No, he did not. Just showed up. Man, you see. It's, I'm telling you, it goes well beyond Star Citizen, but I'm telling you, you are all what's right with the world. Stuff like that for your immersion. Oh man, let me tell you, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Oh my gosh, yeah, she cried, and those were happy tears though. Wow, Seg. And I wanted to say when I saw his name, I said he's all heart. Wow. I was spot on. Spot on. Wow. Well, they took the wind out of my sails on this one. I got nothing. Look, I can't even function. I'm not even doing my functions right. Wow. Guys, take notes. That's how you do it. Guys, take notes. That is how it's done. Whew. Yep. Wow. Yeah. That's the guy, man. He's that dude. Seg is that dude, man. Oh man, don't keep saying that word, Bender. I'm gonna turn off my camera. Wow, that is amazing, man. Welcome, Raiders, and happy birthday, Bite Size Hobbit. Happy birthday. And Seg, you're that dude. Wow. Guys, that's how it's done. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. He's got the baby face, but he's a wise old man inside. Wow. Let's give Bite Size Hobbit a happy birthday, shall we all? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, bite-sized hobbit. Happy birthday to you. Shoving pieces in my face. Oh, Sevens. Happy birthday. Wow. It's this community, man. It's insane. It's insane. Wow, y'all. Got dust in my eye. Get off the gray was always getting off the white. What? Texas speech really killed that one. You're probably right. Yeah, man. 4.5, y'all. It's gonna happen. Time to rock some more Wikipedia. Music by Wikipedia, y'all. Damn, coffee. Ooh, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. That's awesome. This is a great day, y'all. This is a great day. You all are what's right with the world. Keep doing what you're doing. Because it's making an impact whether you know it or not. Thank you. Thank you. This is live coffee. I'm just procuring, adding in, making that UEC. You know why.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
But I have been jumping in from time to time 4.5. I might do that at some point for testing purposes. Coffee, you're going to love Vulcan. It's going to give your system a boost. I don't know how you're going to feel about engineering coffee. What are your thoughts on it? How do you feel about it? And have you been playing it, or are you going to wait? Parts arrived. Unknown Ghost. Whoa. What is this? Parts arrived. Now, I'm saying, he says parts arrived. That means PC parts. I could be wrong. Oh, the QR code. I need to take that down, don't I? Because it's live. I'm sorry. That makes a lot of sense. Take that thing down, man. You don't need it for this. I totally agree. I don't need it for live. This is literally a dead patch now. It's only good for the making of UEC prior to moving to a new patch, right? Which makes sense. I like that. Thank you, Coffee. Totally agree with that. Damn, what? There we go. PC, yep, I got it. Nailed it. Congrats. Oh no. Yep. Congrats. Yes. With the new stuff you wanted to bake in. Yeah. Yeah. Filter out more bugs as they're caught. Yep. Understood. Makes sense. Totally in agreement. But I'll jump in there and test when it's needed.
Music by Wikipedia.
I can play games again. Nice. You need to come up and hang out with us, Unknown Ghost. Get in game, do some. Ghost, what do you play? I mean, what's your gameplay style? Curious. Oh. They want you to sustain some sort of damage if you're depending on the parts they're using. Right. I don't like being excited and then I'm let down by the bugs because it kills the gameplay. It kills it. It frustrates the hell out of me. I'm sorry, Coffee. I added to that. But yeah, it does that though. I want 2026 to also, I want it to continue to be the year of, cleaning things up. Yeah. Yeah, I want that to continue. I'm looking at these locations, right? I'm looking at the new aspects of scanning, chat. I think I had stopped in my conversation about, because I was going to expand on engineering or the aspects of multi-crew gameplay. I don't know why this stuff pops into my head the way it does, but for scanning to be more robust as far as justifying why a real person should sit down and perform the duties of scanning and why it gives players or multi-crew players advantages, but adding in those features such as you're at a scanning console and there's a one button that says, okay, based on where you're at, you can be in Stanton, you can be in Nix, you can be in Castra Terra. You have a setting that says home beacon or home location. So as a person that works with radar cartography and scanning, you always have that beacon. So when you finish an op or you're headed back and the captain says, let's head home, wink, wink, that means based on where you're located, you have that one button that you can customize and make changes from time to time, but it embeds it into the ship's UI and its logic to say, okay, if I'm in Nix, my home base will be Levski. If I'm in Stanton, I want it to be Microtech, or I want it to be Area 18, or I want it to be Orison, right? Those aspects of scanning and that, all things that are, information based, it will enhance that station if you have a beacon and you hit that button, and then your pilot or navigation will automatically see that when the captain says let's head home. It's a cue for scanning to hit that one button based on the system that you're in, and then the navigator will automatically head to that point, and it's already preset, and you jump. I would love that in game as a feature for scanning. And so you hit that one UI button that says head home, it filters that one thing. No question about it. You're headed home, you're in that particular system, and then you can come back and say, well, Area 18 and Stanton, I'm gonna make it Microtech now. Right? I want it to be Microtech. Filtering. But here's the question, would that be too much? Would that be overkill? Is that a very difficult feature to add? Does it create latency? But we're already selecting that already. We already filter that. So in other words, the old system that we're seeing with navigation, some aspects of it can be retained and refined based on the filtering of hero locations that you deem as home or your go-to when you're in that particular system. So it takes away a lot of the hedge work of, let's say we get 10 systems down the pipeline. You want to do that all the time. You want to preset them. So what's old becomes new. It's a way or a means of taking the legacy system and redefining it and making it a new feature. I would love that idea in game. 07. I don't know why these things pop in my head like that, Chris. I'm saying Chris Roberts. Oh, nice. Unknown. Congrats. This is going to be a new game for you. It's going to feel like it. Oh, man. I can only imagine what your emotion's going to be like. Well, just do some low flying, man. For you don't need to be jumping in with people and hanging out. You need to get in the ship, get in your favorite ship, fly, see the visuals, and just do a tour, man. Just chillax and just fly. You need to do that. You owe it to yourself. You earned that. Yeah, you need some me time. You and Star Citizen need some quality time. Get a room. Get a room. Oh my gosh. They're kissing and hugging over there. How do I not see? Oh gosh. Oh damn. See, that's what I get. That's what I get. See, now that's just what I get right there. Trying to be funny and I'm not. I feel you. I feel you. Look at that. 230 in repairs. Dang it, man.
Music by Wikipedia.
Yeah, and this is your go-to game. Yeah, totally understand. Yeah, just get out there and fly. Get your settings correct. Update your drivers and just fly. Just fly. And we're getting that Vulcan too. Oh man, what? Come on now, let's go. Let's freaking go.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
But see that we just come full circle. This was Chris Roberts' narrative. What you just said, Unknown Ghost. This goes back decades. When it related to Chris. He look, when he made his game, he wanted those visuals to immerse you, to pull you in, and if your system was bottom line or it did just the bare bones, he's like, yeah, I get it. You got the essentials. But if you ever get down to the point of, or you get to the point of really tricking your system out, I'm going to build it with that intention. And so he kept replayability in mind when he created games like Wing Commander and Privateer. And especially Strike Commander, if you look it up. This is the same thing right here. When you can really have an engine or a game that's built up, and that was the one reason probably why he went with CryEngine. Those visuals were off the charts. Well, no, actually, he loved he played Rise, the Rome game, where they had the facial interaction. So that he's a big proponent for interactions. Hence, the Wingman and the Speech Pack with the Kilrathi. We're coming full circle here. But he built his games the same way. And so when you say, or what you're saying, I'm going to have a blast, or I'm upgrading it, I'm tired of the desync, I'm leveling up on my system, you're now adding in this level of immersion that even though you played Star Citizen, now you're playing a new version of Star Citizen that feels so much better. It feels even like this isn't the same game. And now I see what a lot of other people are talking about. I get it. I get it. I need a ship now for this. Hold on now. I think I need to choose the Prospector, right? Okay, here. Did I not park my ship? Okay, 1 second. There it is. Set up work. There we go. I had to choose the ship. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to go with the Electrostauralysis. This is a moderate speed. There's moderate cost, but I get a moderate yield. Now, if it was Quantanium or a high-end, really high-end ore that's of highest value, I usually go with the Dynex Dynex solventation. And this is very low speed, low cost, high yield. Why, Kimmy, are you using the electrostarolysis? Because right now we're on patch watch, and potentially they could turn around and say, hey, we're going live in 2 days or so. So I want to get this ore, I want to get this stuff done quick and fast. Oh 0709 unknown ghost. So I'll be back later.
Just another day then.
Having those conversations. Supplies. What is this? What is this? What are we buying here? Let's see. What are the categories? Something's. I'm locked in here. Is it gonna crash? I'm about to crash. I'm probably about to crash. Let me see. Armor. It's making me. Yeah, I'm locked. I'm locked. Okay, I'm out. Let me go to this terminal and see what's going on. Let me look at little bit 8.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
Okay, a little bit. I see you. Let me look it up. Little bit 8. You may have to send it as a picture. I can't pull it in for some reason. Yeah, you may have to send it as a screenshot or picture. For some reason, I can't pull it up. But no worries, no worries. Do it when you're at your earliest convenience. Okay, Cambio, Bormax. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's see, Bormax category. Helix. What am I using? Might have to change to a Hofstede or something like that.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
Let's see, what is the Bormax going to do? Let's see. Bormax help focus laser power to reduce instability significantly while also keeping clusters of valuable deposits together upon shattering. While it does make it more difficult and time consuming to bypass the deposit's resistance, most miners find the extra safety and increased yield worth the extra effort. Manufacturer warning: using more than one mining gadget per deposit can result in a catastrophic explosion. Kabloom, kablooey, kapow, done. Helix. Module slots 3. That's a size 2. That's for the Argo Mole. I think because this is Nyx, you should have every mining gadget under the sun or under the gas cloud.
Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
Period. I wonder if I have the Riser 3. Definitely want to use that Sabir. Yeah, the Sabir is definitely want to take that resistance down, bring the optimal charge window up. Can I choose the destination like a ship? That would be interesting. Extraction laser power. Let's see. I'm looking at, let's see, this Riser 3. Optimal charge window size is a -1, but the power laser charge is 125%. Great Cat, industrial, mining module passive. Optimal charge window size is a +25. Negative on the inert material level. Extraction laser power 95. I might think about that. Let's see if I can put it in my backpack. It's there. That's gonna help. Let's see. Let's go. Make that approach. Make that change.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yeah, this is Nick's. It's somewhat optimized, but this is still, keep in mind, this is live, so there's going to be better gameplay come 4.5. Hang up. Okay. Oh, it blanked on me. The monitor. Yep, it went black. Okay, what's going on?
Music by Wikipedia.
All right. I need to take a look at my modules, what I have on ship. Try to widen those windows and stop paying cost out for damages to my ship. Let's see what I have on there. This is the XTR. Optimal charge window size is a plus 25. Okay. Let's see what I have. Blackwater Goat. 07, sir. Happy Friday to you. That 07 in there. Torrent Riser. Riser C3 may have to go. Yeah. Riser is gonna go. Bye-bye for now. Riser, you're coming out. Or Riger. Or the Rieger. Rieger sounds cool. Rieger. Or Rigger. John Riggs. John Rigger. Rigger. The Rigger. There it is, Rigger. I can grab this thing? Oh, no. Okay, let me, the mechanic is off. It's not. Detached. Drop it in my backpack. Oh boy. Okay, it's still on the ground. I'm gonna rotate, hit R, gravitate to that shape, and then left click. Locked it in, baby. Let's go. Does it hold 3? Let me see if it holds 3. Does it? No. Uh-oh. It's just 2. I know those two. That's Sean's. Sean Criminal. Oh my God, Sean Criminal Tracy's BFF, John Riggs, the Rigger. You remember Coffee? You remember? Oh man, when they do a Star Citizen live, I'm like, okay, keep those guys separated. Keep them separated. Too much fun. Too much fun. The Rigger. Shooting those rocks into submission. I'm trying to get better, Rigger. He took us. You hear that, chat? He took a swipe at me. He's like, he's disintegrating rocks. What a damn shame. He leaving money on the table.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
All right. Unlocked. Locked. Hanger request is good. Let me check my engines. Look at that. Not even on. And now from this point, we got to check those coolers, man. Yeah, we do. Bender, what do you think of Nyx? What would make it better? Have you, since you've been out here for mining, what would make mining better, in your opinion? If you, or are you completely and totally and happily satisfied with mining? Do you feel as though they've done enough? Are you happy as a pig in slop? Walker got a soft side to him. Listen to this, man.
Music by Walkerpedia.
The mining system. How do you describe to us, Bender, the mining system in general, high level? The mining system. Let me see if I can add to that or expand on that conversation. What's to you, what's the mining system in general? I'm curious. So if it needs a certain rework, give us a overall general outline. What is it? Overlay of the mining system in terms of how you see it. Okay. Propagating the ore types. Okay. So that leads to what type of gameplay? What should how does that play out? Those types. How should it play out? Or how does it play out now? Totally agree with coffee. That's another level that scales. Literally, it scales up into the realms of. I can immediately look at challenges for the Argo mole. I think it will go a little beyond, or just at the cusp of going, just outside the realm of the mole, where it will be more challenging for the mole, but it falls right into the line and scale up of the roster for sure. And I think it might be a tight window of how far the roster can scale, because I think you might have a niche window for just the Arastra, a bit of a strain for the mole, which it might, as you see the aspects of the prospector having to have 3 or more to break these bigger rocks. Now we're talking about on the scale of where the Arastra is. It might take 2 or 3 moles or 2 moles to scale up to what it can do in comparison to the Arastra. But then that window should be shut when you talk about where does the Arastra kind of go into the ballpark and try to do some of the things that the Orion do. No, by no means. It is not on that scale. It's out of its depth. It has no business. It can assist once they break those large asteroids, which I'm talking about is the Orion. But no, they'll get the balance. Oh, it's not as random. Okay, I can agree, Bender there. The randomness of it, the generating of it, the procedurally generation. If there's a word to apply to that, procedural generation, some form of let it do its own thing, and then see if you can leverage that with the economy system. So let it randomly do whatever it does, and then you overlay the economy system. It might be the right combination, right? Because then you're talking about procuring or being able to store. That's where you're talking about the hangar system, the cargo system, the cargo organizations, guilds, kind of being able to be a part of that gameplay, which is a supporting role. It's a supporting role. Oh yeah, yeah. So we need procedural generation because you're saying you can predict, and so you're the cheat code that does not present a challenge to you. So we do in respect of seeing that, then we need more procedural generation, and the that procedural generator itself needs to be able to pull from a pool, right, of more an asset or a library of resources of various ore, but we also need to create more points of interest such as Castra, Terra, Magnus, other systems down the line, and then which will entail increase our library of ore, and then you have a procedural generation, but you leverage it with veins that says there's a supply here and it's going to sustain or stay here for a while, especially if you discover it and you're extracting and you continue it, it will be like an instant session until it's depleted, and then maybe it goes back into the library of sorts in a matter of time where it'll procedurally generate across several systems. Let's say we're at 10 systems in. Let the procedural generation go across 10 systems and not replicate itself as much. And then there's maybe an algorithm that is leveraged against the economy itself. So thus will set off the supply and demand feature with the economy. And so cargo hauling will need to be a leveraging point to help sustain things, right? Because you need to hold on to supplies, which will in turn will require the hangar, the persistent hangar system, storage, potential storage down the line. If we get out of if CIG gets out of the shipbuilding business, maybe they'll get into the storage locker business. I'm going to bio break chat 1 second. Drinking that green tea now. I've switched gears. Be right back. 07.
Music by Wikipedia. It's kind of that way, not.
It's kind of that way, not however the determination of what will be generated in that location is predictable. Yeah. Which that breaks the game.
Walkopedia.
You know what? I like. Okay, Bender just said something. I believe they should be put in Genesis as it will make it way better. That's interesting, gentlemen. It is good in some ways. It's great for long term. However, I shouldn't be able to tell you what is going on what's going to spawn where from what space just because of the surface layers I can see. So it could introduce those mining veins where you scan. Here's the thing, guys. I love this. I love this. Scanning aspect should be real. Scanning should be across all disciplines, meaning single-seated experience to multi-crew experience. So you're scanning, you're looking for anomalies, right? It gives you the sonics says it's a deposit. You continue to scan, you get to it, and it's basically embedded to some extent. Maelstrom will then allow you to utilize it. Utilize the mining vein feature, right? Scanning will reveal it, but Maelstrom will make it a reality potentially. So it could be very well what you're saying, Coffee Bender. Should we have this inside of Genesis? What if they are incorporating the Maelstrom system inside of Genesis as well? It's all distributed in the same aspect. probably will say you're crazy. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shut up. But it's a thought. Will Haynes popcorn. Yeah. Yes. Now he went from river guy, dirt guy. Now he makes popcorn like butter. Yeah. Yeah. Integration of Genesis and Maelstrom. I think they have, to some extent, they need to integrate because it's a surface, right? It's an embedded surface. It's a part. They're so intertwined that it makes sense that they're part of each other. It's technology. It's separate technology, but when you talk about the way you interact and you see it visually, they're one and the same. It's just that one is dynamic. Be prepared for the worst, Kimmy. Not sure if we're getting deformable land. And then what you want to do as let's say you coffee vendor. What let's say you want to have a base or you're building a base, right? And the visual aspects of what they're bringing with Genesis is going to be so profound because it's going to pull so many people in because of its visuals alone. Now imagine, what was that? Is it Frank Lloyd Wright that he incorporated architecture into nature, or he embedded? Let me look. My art history teacher's gonna kick my ass. Are you freaking idiot? Okay, so Frank Lloyd Wright. Mentoring, apprenticing, believing, designing. Okay, designing in harmony with humanity and the environment. So I was right. Frank Lloyd Wright. I'm going to put it into '07 to Dr. Stephen Kent, art history teacher. Shout out to you, man. Much love. I'm going to get back into it, Mr. Kent. No worries. There we go. Frank Lloyd Wright Sr., 1867 to 1959, was an American architect, designer, writer, and educator. He designed more than 1,000 structures over a creative period of 70 years. Wright played a key role in the architectural movements of the 20th century, influencing architects worldwide through his works and mentoring hundreds of apprentices in his Telesine Fellowship. Wright believed in designing in harmony with humanity and the environment. A philosophy he called organic. I cut it off there, didn't I? Organic architecture. That's the. Let me add that organic architecture. So in those aspects, right? That's what needs to be. No, I can't tell them what they need to do, but it would be nice to incorporate that aspect with the amalgamation of Genesis and Maelstrom. So when you, I'm gonna show you the picture. Let me pop it in the chat real quick. Let me get that last little word in. Oh, never mind. Organic architecture. There you go, unknown. We can agree with that. I stayed in the FLW Frank Lloyd Wright Hotel once. Was incredible. Look at you, Coffee. Spreading that love. Look at you, man. There's a picture of one of his architectural, and this is what we would love to see, Chris Roberts. Organic architecture. Copy link. This is what we want to see, or what would make sense if you leveraged Maelstrom and Genesis CIG. Here's a picture. Let me see if this will work. Okay, that didn't work, huh? Frank Lloyd Wright houses. Let me see. Images. This is the one I really want to show you all. It's gonna be a big ass link, but it's worth it. Here you go. Yeah, that's a big ass link, but yeah, stuff like that. Oh my God, y'all. Ooh, look at that. And it's almost in plain sight, but hidden at the same time. And that's what you would get with Maelstrom and Genesis for base building, right? So you have the architecture, and then you can have maybe detonation or some sort of aspects. You see that keep digging video? You have some aspects of you're procuring that location. There's a procedural or process from the drones, right? They so it transformed that location. It transforms that rock or that surface, and it becomes incorporated into Maelstrom, right? And it takes some time. It's a time sink just to get to prepare the land itself, and then you can then move the structure, embed it into partially into the side of the cliff or something like that. So yeah, that could work. Waterfalls or partially exposed over like Tony Stark's Iron Man crib, his hangout part of it. Unknown is saying I have issues on the Aurora Mark II choice of CIG. Well, what about the Hornet, the original Hornet Mark One, and the new Mark II version, Unknown Ghost? I can immediately think of that and realize, once we get the Maelstrom system, we get the Crucible, we're able to reconstruct and maybe intensify the densities of these ships. And I think case in point, the prime example to what you're talking about with, I'm not changing the subject, but I'm saying a perfect example as far as utilization is still that same ship, but the variant is, you see the Mark One is real super tanky, slow but hard to crack that walnut, right? But tanky, slow. And then the Mark Two, more streamlined, faster, but it's almost like, I don't want to say it in a bad way, but it's in compared to that tankiness of the Mark One, it's a glass tiger. But man, it could throw some blows that you don't see because of its fast, efficient ways, right? Mark II isn't lore. Right. Get it, right? But again, we're learning and we're understanding that Star Citizen is, when you take, I'll take that, right? When you say Mark II isn't lore, but you take Squadron 42, which is, right? You live that experience, but fast forward, once we get through those chapters, it's still lore, but then we in the verse is lore that has been realized through that past experience, and we've moved on. It's the same narrative. There's snippets of it's a Polaroid shot. You look at yourself from a Polaroid and say, man, I wouldn't get caught dead in those pants or that outfit anymore, but that used to be the style, right? That's life, right? So it's that's simulated life. It's that sci-fi. It's that Star Citizen life, man. It's that citizen life. Sometimes it's easier to make and I don't like that statement either, Bender, but I see what you're saying, but that gets them in trouble a little bit too. Sometimes it's easier to make a new ship than it is to fix the old one and hide it behind a collectible title. In other words, mothball it, put it into your new realized hangar, and it's a museum piece, right? And it's not a part of Squadron 42, no, but in real life, it's a part of Robert Space Industries, the wink wink, right? The granddad of all spaceships. For me, a known ghost, the Aurora, to me is the legacy that was privateer. When I see that ship, I see privateer. I do. And that speaks to Chris Roberts' real history. Kind of what he's done with, if you look at the history of Terra, he blends what was his life back in the day in Austin when he worked for Origin. And Origin is a ship manufacturer, but Origin came from Earth. They were a ship manufacturing company. But then they all they did was build engines. Probably yes and no. What they may do is, as far as like the eternal parts that work well, they'll double back and gut the old mechanics so that it will run similar to the new Aurora. But you will still see the what was it? The aesthetics will stay original or legacy. I look to keep what I have and also get the Mark II. So I can have those little moments to myself like, man, this is where it all started, man. This is where it all started.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
This is where it began for me. Like Terrell, that's my quarterback. Oh, yeah. Yeah. MISC Expanse cargo capacity has been changed back to 64 SCU. They're going to need it because things are scaling up. It's probably still a low number, but they do what they can. Now, if they could double those capacities like we do with switching out the mold bags for it, we could probably squeeze in 128. I love that memory double up count. 64, 128, 256. I love it. I want to see what it looks like and how it does. Then I will choose. Man, Unknown, you're speaking for all of us because we have that same thought. Man, you are not saying it. You are preaching to the choir, brother. All of that. You are preaching to the choir. No issue here. Nothing to see, folks. Nothing to see. He ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying nothing at all. So say we all. So say we all. We're all in agreement with you. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but I love my little Aurora, man. And that one, it's so what do you call it? It's held dear to your heart. Oh, you want to see it kind of be the competitor to the Galamox and the Argo Wrath Bender? You want to see it to be a competitor? Holding that one big 32? That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I gotta have that Mark II LN coffee, but I'm gonna still love that LN. Oh, you love that MR Unknown? Oh man, MR Unknown is telling on himself already. He's like, I'm gonna look at that MR Mark II. I'm bringing you home with me, baby. You coming home? you done told on yourself. You've been compromised. Get out of here. You're compromised. You've been compromised. That right there has indicted Unknown Ghost, y'all. Put it in chat. You're indicted. You've been compromised. Put it in chat. You've been compromised. You've been compromised. No. See, oh, look at you. Look at you. See this? You chat. Are you seeing this? Unknown. Shame on you. Shame. Shame. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I can't make this up. Too funny. Too funny. Don't even, don't even. What do you call it? Don't even. You're not gonna flip it. Don't even flip it. Don't even try. Nope. You've been compromised. Take that L. Take that L. That was a lot of emotions, unknown. That was a lot of emotions. But I'm trying to go back to. He went from I have issues on the Aurora MK2 choice of CIG to I love my MR. It's the fighter. So what's wrong with that? To my MR is my pledge back in 2020. Sentimental. You helped me remember that word. The reason why I will get, based on him getting me there where I got to get to that thought. Thank you, Unknown Ghost. I will get the Aurora Mark II because, and I will keep my Aurora LN original because it is sentimental to me. Because it was my pledge from the beginning, from 2013, back in the day. So thank you, Unknown Ghost. You're back in the running, baby. You're back in the running. Let's give him a 07. 07, Unknown Ghost. You brought it back home. Thank you. That's a long damn time. And then, and you know, also what Richard Tyler was saying, you pay with real money, it is what it is. It's not gonna sway away from LTI. It's just that little prideful moniker to say it's LTI, but no, they're not gonna take the value down at all. Exactly. Hello. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna upgrade it. I'm not. Because you lost that legacy. You lost that sentimental value that where it pulled you. That's your moment of walking into Star Citizen. That's your place of remembrance. That is that lore. That is that legacy, right? We come full circle again. That's that legacy. Yep. So it goes back to, you know, the lore, that captured Polaroid picture of saying, I remember this day. It was a great day, man. I was inspired. It was inspirational. Never forget it. Mm-hmm. And so it so that statement in itself, it comes full circle. It encapsulates the whys of the legacy and the changing of lore within Star Citizen because we're living that space life. But we remember, and it should be the same narrative of playing Squadron 42. We play it and we go to these locations and we'll say, hey, that battle at Castra where we had to push back the Vandal. I was there. I was there. And here it is now. Yeah, that's just an example. Or seeing a system decimated, and you know, you see it from prominence and it gets decimated by the Vandal Harvester, right? And then it finally gets into the PU and you see the aftermath and you say, ooh, somebody tugged at my heartstrings here. So say we all, Unknown. So say we all. Thank you for that.
Music by Walkopedia.
Yep. It's so chill, man. It's so freaking chill. Possibilities and what ifs. One day. Hopefully we'll be there to witness it all. Hopefully we won't kill ourselves first. Ooh. We'll find that fine line of where we can, like not be so divisive, but understand that we're much better together than apart. Unknown, they're just getting started, aren't they? Hello, like that. They're just getting started. Be careful. Don't be called a whale or fanboy. Be careful.
User error. It's about that bottom line, baby.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Yeah. Yeah, they scratched the itch, man. And, we're coming full circle again. The crafting, the base building, the new Genesis tech to really scale the visuals up, creatures, the further interactions, the deeper gameplay mechanics that will feed into the meta. Activision. Yes. Yep. Feed that meta, man. Looks like they're heading that way, especially seeing the results of Intergalactic Aerospace Expo and what's in store for next year. It will really give a lot of credence to that statement. The potential is there. So lies its potential with the landmarks that they knocked down, Unknown. It definitely has the potential to put them on the map for sure for next year if they are ready to release Squadron 42. But it's got to be it needs to be flawless. And they don't need to worry about other entities, other gaming developed studios. Doesn't matter. They just need to, the thing they need to really worry or take care of is what they're able to control. And that is the quality level, the gold standard for Squadron 42. That you can control, CIG. You take care of that, everything will take care of itself. You will not go unnoticed, regardless of who releases when, and nothing to worry about if you take care of business. And don't even fall into the pressures of the illusion of, I gotta drop it into that window. I might be even guilty of mentioning that. It would be a great opportunity, but if you're not ready, don't set yourself up for failure. That's a recipe for disaster. The Javelin is the price of a used school bus. Wow. What is it? Did they say? Is it next Invictus? We're gonna see the concept of the battle cruiser. Is that true? I want to say. I actually. Did I hear that right? I think I was. They mentioned that, chat, that they're talking about the battle cruiser. Come Invictus, I believe. It is the last. It is the last of the concept ships. They've already mentioned it, right? They brought it out, and that's about it. They're not going to mention the manufacturer, but we suspect that it may be from Anvil. Well, I don't think they're going to go into detail. Unknown. They may not go into those details of who makes it. Any visuals. I think the word has gotten out that they are going to bring in the battle cruiser. It is the last of concepts. Now, everything else is just we're gonna bring it. We're just gonna drop it, and it's coming out, and that's it. But they hid it in plain sight because they said, okay, the next ships of 2026 is the Misk. John Crew ran the gauntlet of RSI, Misk, Origin, which we said, oh, that's the G12 in the all its variants, the vehicles. And which, it kind of end of an era. With concept ships. Yeah, they're not gonna. I think it's gonna be IE. That will be the last reveal. You'll see it. Now, as far as when, we don't know. But they said Misk is one of those manufacturers. Origin is a manufacturer. RSI. Help me out here, chat. Consolidated, I believe. Drake, which we know it's going to be Ironclad, and possibly the Kraken, maybe, I don't know. And Privateer, we don't know. Consolidated, definitely the could be the Pioneer. Misk, the Star Lancer, or what is it? Star Lancer BLD? Is it Lancer or Star Max? Star Lancer Max BLD. Origin, yep. I think it's going to be the G12s. The G12 and the variants. The vehicle stuff. Because we're getting Genesis, and which will then, it will allow them to see how ground vehicles, if they're now are ready to play nice with the land surfaces of Genesis. Yep, release that Kraken. I think they've said this is it. No more concepts. If it's a concept, it stays within the house. It stays within in house, and if it's going to be released, it's flight ready. That's how they're going to do it. Stall answer BLD. Yep, the build. Yep, that's a big deal. And then the Galaxy. Well, that means if they have base building. Now, here's the thing. This has come a full circle moment here because we were talking about those types of ships. Kraken is late, if at all, but no privateer. They would need a shopkeeping with it, right? Which will open the door for the Banu Merchantman. So, yeah, I think if you do that, you should have the Banu Merchantman and the privateer release as shopkeepers, right? Yeah, with the base building aspects, I would love, again, I'm coming full circle because I thought of this a while, but I didn't mention it. But now I got the opportunity with base building. I would love to see each manufacturer have a certain material or style that adheres to that manufacturer, like Pioneer. I don't want to see cookie cutter along all the lines of the ship manufacturer. You'll know if it's Pioneer, you'll know if it's MISC, or you'll know if it's RSI, right, or Consolidated. Probably said it twice, but that style guide, it should be just like ships. The style guide under the manufacturer window umbrella, and it looks it's distinct where you'll know it's from those manufacturers for your bases. Gotta have it, man, because this level of immersion and detail, you cannot have cookie cutter. Now's the time not to be cookie cutter. Okay, I'm not getting readings on these asteroids, I think. Yes, maybe not. Let me see. Yeah, see that? No readings. Duds. Oh wow, Frank Gehry. Holy smokes, what? 92, full life, man. Wow. Frank Gehry is known for he's a famous architect who transformed LA's urban landscape. Dies at 96. He is a Canadian and American architect and designer. A number of his buildings, including his private residence in Santa Monica, California, has become attractions. Gehry rose to prominence in the 1970s with his distinctive style that blended everyday materials with complex, dynamic structures. Gehry's approach to architecture has been described as deconstructivist. Though he himself resists categorization, his works are considered among the most important of contemporary architecture in the 2010 World Architecture Survey, leading Vanity Fair to call him the most important architect of our age. I'm gonna drop an image of some of his works, y'all. And this is something, could inspire CIG. Let me drop it. No, Coffee, you're the one who brought it up. I'm gonna read it. I'm not pointing. No, we're just getting it right. But thank you for bringing it to our awareness, and look at the conversation that you spark from it. So, no, thank you, man. Thank you. Holy smokes! This could now CIG. This could in turn really inspire you to think about the what is it? Not just the Tavaran, but the Banu, right? Or the Shion. That screams Shion. That's the turtle-like looking creatures or aliens or culture. I'm like, I don't want to be disrespectful and say creatures. Oh my gosh. What? Whoa, time out, Kimmy. Slow down, man. But that screams Shion all day long. Let me make sure it's the right. What is it? Shion. Let's see. Shion Star Citizen. I want to make sure I have the right alien culture. Yeah, the Shion. That would scream Shion to me. That is a great point of just putting it in the backlog, right, for CIG. But they already probably have their, because it's more organic to their. To me, it fits them. This would be a great moment or opportunity by CIG to capture that. You know, the flight Lloyd Wright, the Frank Lloyd Wright aspect of environmental, you know, like say for example, those clean lines. It could go to architect for. Oh, you know what? This is, I think, Origin lovers, Origin player or inspired owners of Origin manufacturers. You're gonna love this for what I'm about to say, and it's this: Origin entering into the base building aspect of the game. And recreating the luxury. They're doing luxury. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They're doing luxury. Hello. Y'all didn't see that one coming, did you? What do you think? Brilliant. It works. Why not? They say, Kimmy, about time you start to make sense. They have to, man, because it fits that. It fits the narrative. And so not only are they doing these things such as luxury, but luxurious homes. And it requires the specific materials. Yeah, Origin owners would eat it up. CIG was like, yeah, Kimmy, I'm liking that. And Origin, yeah, luxury. They're doing luxury basis. Holy smokes, y'all! Didn't see that one coming. But again, I don't know how this stuff is dropping in my mind, but it makes all the sense in the world. And why not? Why the frick not? Because you can pretty much say all the architecture that you will see was done exclusively by Origin for Terra. David Haddock, are you listening? Will Weisbaum, Sherry Heiberg, maiden name of course, she's married now. Adam Weiser, the lore team, are you listening? Yeah, luxury bases done by Origin. Oh my God. The Origin, I'm going to say it, fanboys, fangirls would go nuts Hello, CIG. Talk to me. Incredible. Yeah, this was a good one right here, man. John Crew like, oh gosh. Luxury basis. All the fine things involved. Even a medium-sized ship that makes furniture, luxury furniture. Challenge accepted, CIG? Huh?
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Yeah. Yeah, inspired by Terra, created by Origin. You have the best. You have luxury. Origin. The way things should be when you live in style.
Origin. Your path to luxury is here.
I like that, man. That's fun. I like it. Ay, 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 ay. How's everybody doing this Friday? It is Friday, y'all. It is weekend eve. Bite-sized Hobbit. It's her birthday. She's getting pizza. By that dude, the man himself, Prince of Pies, aka Sigalian. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready, y'all, to kind of get this stuff in perspective with the game and how we play. Just getting it right, you know. Just getting things right with the game, and CIG's. I'm sure they're feeling the same way. This is going to end on a good note. The end of year. I'm excited for them. I'm happy for them. They weathered the storm. You may, look at it as like glass half empty here, Kimmy. I don't know what you're talking about. That's fine too. But I'm feeling good about what they've accomplished, and even better about what's coming down the pipeline, because there's an assurity, there is a confidence, there is a reality of what's coming. Now, the layering, and the process delivery, because things are becoming tighter in regards to how they're interconnected and interwoven with each other. You're going to have to be very careful, very decisive, very meticulous about how you deliver these things, Benoit. Yep, I said Mr. Beaujour, Benoit Beaujour, because one thing can cause issues with the other, right? Not playing nice with each other. And it's the vetting of making sure that one bug is not causing bugs to the other aspect. So, Evocati, you're going to be relied on the concurrence of mechanics. Basic mechanics are there. They're structurally sound. And then the wider audiences and waves of PTU for concurrency. Luminalia is coming this way, y'all. It's going to be Luminalia. It's on the way. Gifts are coming. Happy Luminalia. But yeah, I don't want, again, I'm coming full circle again, right? I don't want the chairman's letter. I want the chairman's town hall, the chairman's sit down. I want the fireside. Let's call it fireside. Chris Roberts, Luminalia fireside. Come on, Chris, you got this, man. Chris Roberts fireside. Sitting back in the studio. You got Jarrett there. You got Chris there. You got Richard Tyre there. There's that asteroid there. Yeah, and you have them just conversating, man. Just like it's almost like a podcast in a way. Just put John Crew in there too, and just let's talk 2026. How you feel? Well, let's talk 2025 end of year. What were some of the challenges? What did you feel as though? What was your moment? What was your oh my gosh, I got to put that fire out type of deal outside of engineering? What were the moments where you were like, hey, I really got to make adjustments on this? What was challenging? And then fast forward to, the scope of 2026 is going to be huge. And I don't think they don't need to reveal, or they can kind of not, Chris was like, well, we got to hold something as a mystery for 2026. Let's not do that. But there could be something to be said about, hey, we want to make sure, from a standpoint of enriching and building on the engine, we want to say, hey, we're looking to bring the existing systems in, and what we're looking at, we're making strides with dynamic meshing. We got to be careful for this, but we intend, or we want to project the numbers to be this. We're aware of server FPS, the inconsistencies, and I think one of the elephants in the room now that we have a working aspect of the ship engineering right now, it's going to be a thing of we need people to be able to crew up. And in the instance of that being an inconsistency, we're looking into NPCs. We're looking and striving to make NPCs impactful in a most positive way, so that when they're called upon, they will always be there. And to that point, we'll get to that stage of life in the game where you're assigned specific crew members based on the type of ship you have, right? And so maybe the mechanics, and this is just conversation, not it's just conversation, but maybe the pool, you have an existing pool of NPCs that's similar to Death of the Spaceman. They have what you will call, let me drum it up with this.
Space. The final frontier. To explore strange new worlds. We have a 5-year mission.
A 5-year commission, and they get rolled out, right? So it's not a thing of you ain't going nowhere. No, they have a commission. They have a commission. That could be potential. Them having a commission, and then when they leave, they finish. Some may not live through their commission, or they might get demoted or booted. So you bring in more. You keep that certain pool. Maybe 4, maybe 5. That's your pool. That's it. But there's like Death of the Spaceman, there's a commission. And I want some of y'all crying over it, because it's got to mean something. It fits the narrative of Wing Commander. It says, because what doesn't move, it doesn't grow. So they move around, they get commissioned, they ramp up, they level up. They can call for higher what you would call commission rates based on their experience, right? You get the opportunity to buy in on that. But at some point, you got to be like in tears to say, I don't want you to go, but I understand type of deal, right? It's one of those things. They're commissioned. You're gonna cry over that you lost them, right? Because of what happened. They're not gonna be around. They're gonna lose their life on a mission. They're gonna be, not. It's the opposite of red shirt. It's kind of what Chris did in Wing Commander. You lose that wingman. First he was a pain in the butt. He was always in the mess hall eating up rations like crazy. But I got accustomed to that, and then something clicked, and he or she wasn't so much in the mess hall. They were more so on point with what needed to be done. And then you're like, wow, this NPC is amazing. But then that 5-year mission, and they walk up to you, yeah, my commission is over, and I just wanted to let you know that you were the best damn captain I've ever had. And you're like, you were. You were the best I've ever had. You were better than so and so, and she was real, or he was real. I want that. I want you to feel that. I want that for you, cause you deserve this. You gotta have that immersion. You need that immersion, chat. Cause it's gonna mean something. You gotta feel that. Like Chris is like, you gotta have that loss. You're gonna have that loss. Just like, I want that loss. That's what I was doing in Wing Commander. You're gonna get a hefty helping, heaping serving of that, chat. Yeah, you're gonna get yourself some of that. Get some of that, chat. That's gonna be fun. But moving at the same time and things, it's gonna resonate, man. It's gonna resonate to our gameplay of the years that we spent together in Star Citizen. I want those NPCs to reflect that nature of what we've done in game and how we do things. Oh, shoot. What are we talking about? Don't hold back. Go ahead. Shoot. Fire away. Fire away. Oh, he's typing up right now as we speak, chat. Stop salivating. It's my dream to have. Okay, go ahead. To have you over all for company and just talk about Star Citizen and just snack, man. Great conversation. Better than having a pint or a brewski. Do you sometimes get the urge to eat a chunk of sharp cheddar cheese? Feel this way right now. Why not? Yeah, for sure. It's the type, maybe a Vermont, right? I don't know. Yeah. Brie prepares itself. It's all about that room temperature. Or do you want to? Okay, let's have fun, Shimpasta. Let's have fun now. Do you like prosciutto ham or smoked ham? You're not. That's it's one of the healthiest cheeses to have. It's good for the teeth. You eat it, it kills bacteria in the mouth. It's great. It's great for calcium. But so There's a lot of, it's too many cheeses. Well, I would have to say probably buffalo mozzarella or mozzarella in general. So okay, so what I would do, I would get a piece of your favorite bread, 2 slices, some butter, a couple of slices of your favorite or shaved or thinly sliced ham. Uh, and it's simple, man. Butter those sides, put it in a pan or a grill, and slowly and lightly toast it. And you flip the other side, lay that ham down, and take that brie and slice you some brie on and put it on both layer like ham, and do the same thing with cheese ham on the other thing of bread, and then just toast them up. Yeah, that tongue. Yeah, slap them together. Say grace. Lord, don't let me bite my tongue. And go at it. Yeah, that would be a lovely way to do brie with nice smoked ham, thinly, and basically a grown up grilled cheese. Yeah, and if you can get some, if it's cold where you are, get some tomato soup and some dried basil and some granulated garlic. Heat up that tomato soup. Yeah, I see y'all, man. You're smacking your lips right now. Look at you, chat. You're smacking your lips. I hear you. Cut all that noise out. Damn, I'm hungry right now. Ooh, look. He's going, ooh. Yeah. It's simple. Some of the best things are simple. Keep it simple. You don't have to do all this pretentious BS. Dude, what? I'm trying to read the sign here, man. What's wrong with you? What? What'd you say? Jesus, dude. Mr. Crotchman here. Anyway, anywho. You said brie. Let's do the brie. Get some brie and toast it and melt it. Brie is a wonderful, brie is wonderful room temperature and melted. It melts. It's so decadent. I knew it. He's hungry. He's hungry. Great stuff, chat. Thanks for those tips. 07s. Yep. Easy, simple. Don't complicate things. And with that comes consistency as well. Did thing just blow up like Marilyn Monroe right here? What the hell? That was weird. I saw that. All right, let's get this refinement going. Yep. And you can, with those Fritos, you can do spicy barbecue. Yeah. Yep. Whatever you like. Let me go with electrostaurolysis. Taurite, lindenium. Now see that inert material. Here's the new thing with
Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching
30 minutes.
tanks.
This is a new thing with mining. Now I have to go over here to ore sales because I have some bit of inert material that I've pulled in. Go to the prospector and look, there's 70 AUC that they're going to use. It's going to be interesting to see what inert material will be used for, right? But I made 70 UEC. I love this refinery area. It's so simple. Things are laid out. They're consolidated nicely. You're not running around too much. But again, with mission givers going to the next stage with guilds and orgs. Um, I would love for, and they mentioned this. It's not new. I'm not coming up with something new. I'm just reiterating it. I would love to see at some point when we get through let's say the renaissance or the reimagining of these landing zones, interiors and such. We need a reason to go to those common areas like bars, especially mainly bars, to go to those bars, hang out, and then different aspects of mission givers appear. They're more visceral, they're more interactive. It comes with like it literally it goes back to Privateer. No, not is it not Pro is it Privateer? No. What is that game Chris did with Microsoft? I think Privateer was in the same vein where you go to the bars, you hang out, you sit there, have a pint, and you're having discussions, and then one thing you show kindness, and then one thing leads to another. Whether it could be a setup or whatever the case, you don't know where it's going to lead. But someone said a while ago or a week ago, hey, it's a piece of cloth, or you stand near someone and they're drunk and they're talking about something, you hear it. You take it on. You don't it don't show you look for the point of interest, like say on the moons of Aberdeen. Yeah, man, they're making this run. Yeah, I worked at the facility, man. I did the project there, right? And they got all these weapons because they've been having these prison breaks, and they're constantly dropping these weapons and such. Yeah, it's happening all over Aberdeen, and you're like, ooh, let's crew up. You get crew up and just go, and then you're looking around, and then it happens, right? It happens. That would be cool. Let me call up a big ship. I need a big ship.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Because I need to move that cargo. I'll take the I used to have it. I got to get it back though. The Andromeda. I'm gonna go unknown. Great time to claim it.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
So yeah. So
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
nice. Breadcrumbs. Yes. Privateer. I believe CR left the project though. Was it was Privateer? The one with Microsoft. But what was the other one? It was another one. Let me see if it's the same thing. Let me look it up. I gotta see this. Well, Privateer is a real thing. It's a real sailing ship back in the day. But you do Privateer game. Was that it? The Privateer game?
Wing Commander was this automatic bounty payment on a true.
Yeah, this is it. It was Privateer, but I don't think it was
flying a
Microsoft.
terrestrial plane, but in Wing Commander, a left turn is a left turn with field. Jobs in bars, fixers, it makes it sound
okay. This was the one. I was right. But I think the one you guys are. There's another one that was predicated on, based on bars and. Yeah, Chris was doing it, man. I love Privateer. It just, oh my gosh, it's those landing zones. He wanted to recreate that with Star Citizen. Let me look up that other one he did with Microsoft, and I think the claim to fame was you fly with a mouse. Let's see the games. Of course, it's gonna bring up Star Citizen because that's the current thing. I should have said early games.
Somebody almost scratched my ship the other day. The guy was wasted, leaving with a bunch of metal boxes a little too close. Grabbed it by the collar and put the fear of God in
The
him.
Privateer. He went with Digital Anvil. He left Origin in '96. Founded Digital Anvil with Tony Zurvek and his brother Aaron Roberts. He was working with large development teams. This is ironic though. When he went through Digital Anvil and the reasons why, he said he cited disillusionment with working with large development teams and Origin parent company Electronic Arts, unwillingness to give substantial funding to games that weren't sequels. In the beginning, EA was it, man. EA was like the pioneer of um, innovation and creativity, and they became the opposite. The bigger they got, the worse they ended up being, and that's what we don't want CIG to be that way. Stay grounded, stay grassroots, stay connected with your community. It will only be life and positive. Well, in the big scheme of things. Um, So that's why he created Digital Anvil. But the fledgling studio set up shop in Austin and for several years worked quietly, inking a publishing deal with Microsoft, another big company. He featured the 1999 feature film release of Wing Commander. Roberts had stated that he desired to produce films as well as games with Digital Anvil. The 1999 feature film release of Wing Commander, directed by Roberts himself, starred Freddie Prinze Jr. and featured visual effects from Digital Anvil. Failed to attract either critical praise or financial success. I mean, it's his first time. Digital Anvil's first finished game was Starlancer, released to generally favorable critical reception in 2000. Developed jointly between Warthog and Digital Anvil, the game was produced by Roberts Brothers and Eric Peterson. Wingman's Hangar. The company was acquired by Microsoft soon after, who sold two of Digital Anvil's projects, Conquest Frontier Wars, led by Eric Peterson, and Loose Cannon, led by Tony Zurvek, to Ubisoft. That was smart. They're diversifying their portfolio. And Roberts left the company after acquisition, abandoning the direct position of his ambitious project, Freelancer. It was Freelancer, the one that I was saying that it was driven with the mouse, and that was a thing where it was like there were similarities with Privateer. So it was Freelancer. There we go. But yeah, keep it grassroots, Chris. No matter how big you get, because you see what happened when you get connected to these large companies that don't have a pulse on things or lose their pulse. They become a conflict of themselves, right? Yeah, Wing Commander put him on the map, Coffee. No joke about it. Origin, what is it? We create worlds? Is that the motto? I love that motto. I would always go and look at the box and say, EA is the owner. EA is shutting down Origin on April 17th. Origin is finally shutting down. let's see, Origin Systems. It was an American video game developer based in Austin, Texas. It was founded on March 3rd, 1983 by Richard Garriott, which is now Sir Richard Garriott, and his brother Robert. Origin is best known for their groundbreaking work in multiple genres of video games, such as the Ultima as well as the Wing Commander series. There, to Coffee's point, the company was purchased by Electronic Arts in 1992, the beginning of the end, and it was a death knell. Chris was like, getting off this ride, but it should have not been that way. It should have been the opposite. EA became too big for its own self, and the result of what it is today, I'm not going to keep talking about it, but brothers Richard and Robert Garriott, their astronaut engineer father Owen, and programmer Chuck Bushy founded Origin Systems in 1983 because of the trouble they had collecting money owed to Richard for his game released by other companies. Origin was initially based in the Garrett's garage in Houston, Texas. The company's first game was Ultima 3 Exodus. Because of Ultima's established reputation and the fact that the company's games were released on computers and not consoles, Origin survived the video game crash of 1983, which affected console game developers in North America. It published many non-Ultima games, and Richard Garriott claimed that he received the same royalty rate as other developers. By 1988, Origin had 15 developers in Austin, Texas, and another 35 employees in New Hampshire. By 1989, they had 50 employees between their New Hampshire and Texas offices. By 92, Origin Systems had sold more than 1.5 million software units worldwide. In September 92, Electronic Arts, they acquired the company for $35 million in stock, despite a dispute between the two companies over EA's 1987 game Deathlord. Origin, with about $13 million in annual revenue, stated that it had considered an IPO before agreeing to the deal. By 96, Origin had expanded to more than 300 employees, most of whom were divided among small, largely autonomous development teams. In 97, Origin released one of the earliest graphical MMORPGs, Ultima Online. After this title, Electronic Arts decided that Origin will become an online-only company after the completion of Ultima 9 Ascension in 1999. However, within a year's time, in part due to Ultima 9's poor reception, EA canceled all of Origin's new development projects, including Ultima Online 2, Privateer Online. Hello? Privateer Online 2, canceled. That dream never came to fruition. Chris Roberts. The PU. Interesting. Privateer Online was canceled. Harry Potter Online. Richard Garriott left Origin shortly after and founded Destination Games in 2000. In later years, Origin mainly existed to support and expand Ultima Online and to develop further online games based upon the Ultima franchise, such as Ultima X Odyssey, Ultima X Odyssey, originally to be released in 2004, but it was later canceled. But in February of 2004, the studio was disbanded by Electronic Arts. The Longbow series of simulation games were developed at Origin and published under the Jane's Combat Simulations brand of Electronic Arts. Hence the name, the battlecruiser, integrating the arrow into the longbow. The longbow, a massive carrier. Interesting, Chris. Possibly. The Longbow series of simulation games was developed at Origin and published under the Jane's Combat Simulations brand by Electronic Arts. A follow-up on project, Jane's A10, was under development when the project was canceled in late 1998, and the team moved to other projects. They had notable employees. Raymond Benson, he was the writer. He was a writer there. He contributed some writing to Ultima 7, Part 2, Serpent Isle. But then he went on to work as a game designer for Microprose. I love me some Microprose back in the day. and Viacom New Media. Then later became an official continuation author of James Bond's novels. That's interesting. J. Allen Brack went on to work for Sony Online Entertainment and Blizzard. Tony Kilton, lead designer. He was lead designer on Ultima Online, Age of Shadows, and he also went to be a lead designer for Blizzard. Britt Daniels, sound designer, was a sound designer for numerous titles and went on to found the rock band Spoon. Ken Damaris, game designer, programmer from 90 to 95, created the technical prototype for Ultima Online, directed by Bioforge, led programming on Ultima 7, the Blackgate, and coded on Wing Commander. Martin Galway, sound designer, composer, audio technician. He worked at Digital Anvil. Richard Garriott, Sir Richard Garriott now, co-founder, game designer, programmer, aka Lord British. That was his moniker. He was Lord British, creator of Ultima. Later co-founded Destination Games. He was acquired by NCSoft. He co-founded and now works at Portalarium. Then you have Robert Garriott, his brother, co-founder. He was the co-founder for Origin Systems and Destination Games. Jill Hillhouse, one of the company's first employees who helped grow its early supply chain and facilities operation. I wonder if Chris still knows her. Because she said she was a developer at the last CitizenCon Direct. I wonder. Starlong, QA lead designer, director of Ultima Online. Denise Lubey was the first artist Origin hired. He did mini box cover paintings, manual instructions, all that. Mike McShaffrey, lead developer, co-founded the other Austin studios and has written and taught on game development theory. Sherry Grand Ray, she's a writer. Went to work with several major companies, including Sony Online, as well as Cartoon Network. Also founder of Women in Games International. Hey, there you go, Sherry. Chris Roberts, game designer, creative director from 88 to 96. Creator of the Wing Commander series, Strike Commander as well. He co-founded the now defunct Digital Anvil, acquired by Microsoft, creating Starlancer and contributing to Freelancer Space Simulator games. He went on to produce a number of Hollywood productions before co-founding and now working at Cloud Imperium Games, creating the crowd-funded space simulator Star Citizen. John Romero, as you know, he worked at Origin before co-founding id Software. Later founded Ion Storm and a number of other game studios. Co-founded and now works at Romero Games. Andrew Sega, he's a music composer. He did work with Chris at Digital Anvil. Dallas Snell, a vice president of product development. He was the head of product development for Origin titles from 86 to 95. You had Warren Spector. He was the producer of Ultima Underworld, the Stygian Abyss. That is classic. That game is classic. It was the 3D dungeon crawler, first person perspective. Amazing. That game scared the crap out of me. It came out in 1992, action, role-playing action game. Blue Sky. It was developed by Blue Sky Productions and published by Origin Systems, set in the fantasy world of the Ultima series. The story takes place inside the Great Stygian Abyss, a large cave system. Hey, that could very well be a part. We had the municipal works. Castor could have caves. So, yeah. Good stuff. Then there's Paul Steed. He was a leading artist on the Wing Commander series and went on to serve as art lead for id Software on the Quake series. You all know Quake. Excellent. Excellent, y'all. Yes, he was the first before there was Jeff Bezos and all that other stuff going on. He was that. Yes, great, good stuff. Coffee. Yep. People, Segalian, he streams it. So if you all are interested, let me give him a shout out. I was supposed to do that. Look at me. May not work. He's gone, probably long gone. There he is. Give him a shout out. He does play the Ultima series. He's old school, man. Don't be fooled by the baby face. He's an old soul. But he's called the Prince of Pies as well. Yes. Good stuff, y'all. Let's see. Well, this is the first half. This is weekend eve, y'all. Um, we on patch watch with the new patch. Let's go to Mr. He's got great content. He's got the gift, man, of Gab. Let's, let's go to Mr. Space Tomato. If I get it right. Let me see if I get it right. Space Tomato Gaming. Let me see if this raid will work. Raid him up, man. Raid is created. We're going to see Mr. Space Tomato Gaming. I'll be back on at some point today. And probably maybe loot, maybe collect that UEC, man, I need to have.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
But I will see you in a bit. First leg of the stream is done for a while. I'm going to get some food. Damn, I need this place to clean. Is this a reclaimer? What the heck is going on? I don't own the reclaimer. I don't claim the reclaimer. Oh my gosh. It's a step up from Pyro. A step up from Grimhex. For sure. Pyro is a different story. Oh, I shouted myself out. Damn it. I'll get it right, Coffee. Everybody, 07s. Let's go, y'all. We're going to head over there. 07s.
Teamwork. Let's go. Timmy, what's up, my dude? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Give everybody a round of applause. They came in here and they're feeling nice and bright, shiny, beautiful people. Thanks for the raid, my dude. Folks, give Kimmy a little looky-loo.